Alright, hello and welcome to our talk on how to succeed at jams without really trying. My name is Kartik.
I'm Eric.
And we are two parts of Finite Reflection Studios. So, if we're talking about how to succeed at a jam, we need to talk about what is success. And I think success is a very subjective term, and it depends on where you are in your life, what your skill level is, a lot of different aspects. How do you describe success, especially when it comes to a jam?
When it comes to a jam, you don't really think of success as winning or being the best at a jam. Success is, like Kartik said, supposed to be like personal to you, as well as finishing a game.
Yeah, I think that's one goal that everybody in a jam on your team can agree on, is that your goal should be that you're going to at least finish your game. The way you go about that might be different. Like, for instance, some of my goals in the past have been to just do all the art in the game, or to learn how to use Blender and use that to create all the 3D models for a game. Well, how would you describe some of the goals that you've had in the past for a jam?
Well, when you do a jam, you want to go in with a personal goal, something that you want to do. And it's fine if your personal goal is just, I'll be a part of a team that finishes a game. That's fine. But if you want to do something further than that, you need to decide what you can achieve in the time of the jam, and then talk with the rest of your teammates if you have a team, and make sure that your goals also line up with their goals. Otherwise, that game won't be made, and that's a goal not met.
Or the game will be made and your team will have just fought the entire time and it just won't be fun. So you want to make sure definitely that your goals don't invalidate or cause other people to not be able to accomplish their goals at the same time. So you've figured out your goals. This you hopefully did even before you arrived at the jam. Well before you have thought about this and factored it into what your plans are. But now that the jam is about to start, you want to make sure that you have planned out what kind of tech you're going to have and what kind of software you're going to bring and how you're going to use it. Make sure that it's installed and running, and you don't need to like update your computer at the last second when the jam starts, 'cause that's just going to waste a whole lot of time. How do you get ready for a jam?
Well, it depends on your goal, but for me, when I'm coding, what I want to make sure I'm doing is not spending precious jam time doing things that I could have done ahead of time. And these are things that I wouldn't have got out of the jam anyway. Setting up a GitHub repo, installing software, writing the same piece of code I've written 1,000 times is not beneficial for me and for what I want to learn. And so I want to make sure to get all of that kind of setup work done and tested even ahead of the jam, provided that whatever I've written or am bringing falls within the rules that whatever the jam says is okay or is not okay.
Right. There's one, of course, thing that you can always do, regardless of any type of jam, which is plan your self-care schedule for the jam. Because it's going to be a marathon of a lot of coding and a lot of work and a lot of arting and whatever else you're going to be doing on this jam. You want to make sure that while you're doing all these things, you are doing it in a healthy way and you're not pushing yourself beyond your limits and wasting time worrying about, oh, where are we going to get food from? Are we planning on sleeping at this location-based jam, or are we planning on cooking during this time? All those little questions, if you can plan them out before you start the jam, you can worry less about it during the jam, and end up feeling a lot more healthy and a lot less hungry. Um, and I think another thing that you want to do is set someone to be the project lead. Now, this is assuming you have a team going into the jam. If you don't have a team going into the jam, you can do this after the jam has started. That's fine. But the way that I think of a project lead isn't someone who's there to be a creative leader or creative designer who's saying, do this way, do that way, and got a tight noose around the entire project. Their role is more to just be accountable, be the person who holds everyone accountable. Be the person to say, hey, Eric, like, we talked 2 hours ago, you said you were finishing the AI over here. How's that going? And if you avoid the more ego part of being a project lead, you'll be fine. You won't have to worry about too much team conflict when you have someone trying to control everything at once. So yeah, now the jam has begun. You have got your team together, you got all your equipment and stuff ready, and you all know what your own goals are, but now the theme is announced, and now you have to come up with what you're actually going to make. How do you do your brainstorming?
Well, the very first thing you got to do is just start throwing out all ideas, no matter what they are, because even some idea that you don't go with in the end could be the jumping off point that you use to get to the idea that you actually are making your game out of. So there's nothing at this point that's bad. Everything is on the table, everything's open for discussion. There doesn't have to be any thought behind what you said whatsoever, as long as ideally it lines up with the theme. However, we found that what's not fun is to be making the same game as like 6 or 7 other teams also in this jam. So generally, it's a good idea to try to avoid being too on the nose with the theme, and also being so far away from the theme that when people ask what the theme was and you tell them, they don't look at you like, what are you, do you understand what the theme means?
Yeah, and also when you're coming up with these ideas, you want to make sure that they are playing to your team's strengths. That if you don't have a sound designer on your team, that you don't go and make a rhythm game, or that you don't go and make a game that is based on sound at all. If you have more artists than developers, then play to that strength. How can you utilize the artist as much as possible and not overburden the programmer with having to do a really involved RTS or something like that? And the other thing that I like to do when I'm doing brainstorming is, so I imagine brainstorming as like a tree. And when you start out, you got the trunk of the tree is the theme, and everyone sort of has like these random little offshoot ideas that are these individual things. And what tends to happen in a good brainstorming session is one person shouts out a random, maybe half-baked idea, and everyone else kind of piggybacks off the idea and says, oh, what if it did this? Oh, what if it had this mechanic? And then you can imagine that as like the branches of the tree continuing to branch out further and further away from the root of this tree. Once you reach the end, you usually end up with a really cool idea, and an idea that you might want to just, great, let's start making it right now. But you want to be careful. You want to be cautious about jumping to that idea too quickly, because there may be many other ideas that you just haven't taken the time to explore. So that's why I wrote backtrack and branch, because once you've gotten that, you want to write that down and make sure you don't forget it, and write down all the details that you got to their point, and then backtrack, back up that branch, back up all the way that you came from all those piggybacks, and then try a completely different direction. Force yourself to say, okay, we've really tried to talk it through. What if it was a platformer? Let's go another direction. What if it was a first-person shooter? I don't know. And push your team to think creatively in other directions. What you may discover is, nope, platformer it is. That was the best idea. Or you may discover, actually, we didn't realize we are going to have this much fun making this other genre game. So it's an important way to make sure that you have a nice variety in your list of games. And what do you do once you have that list of games?
So once you have the list, it's time to narrow it down and pick one that you're going to try to stick with. So you can do that using a few techniques. One, how feasible is the idea you're going to make? It could sound really cool to make a first-person shooter platformer puzzler that also has augmented reality built in, but it's not very feasible. So cut that one, onto the next one. When you're discussing as a team a certain idea, you need to talk about what you individually could do on it, how it meets your goals, and then if it also meets collectively the team's goals. Yeah. And then the last thing is, are you excited about it? Because people want to work on a game that they're excited for and not have it feel like a chore or work that they have to do.
Mm-hmm. And I think one of the key things about feasibility that can determine whether or not it is the most feasible idea is if you're able to make a prototype out of it in under 2 hours. Those first 2 hours, when I say first, I mean actually after you've done your brainstorming, 2 hours after you've done brainstorming, and once you've picked your idea, those 2 hours should be spent just getting a boxy, untextured, no art prototype done. And by done, I mean within that amount of time you want to be able to pick up a controller or a keyboard and mouse and start moving about and start being able to do things in your game. And it should feel good and it should feel fun already. Now it's a tough skill to be able to make a prototype in 2 hours, let alone a fun prototype in 2 hours. But even if you're a more novice game developer, you should be able to get a feeling, a sensation about, hey, you know what, even though this is just a bunch of boxes, I can see where this is going. And if you don't think that you can do a prototype in 2 hours of your concept might be too complicated to complete in 48 hours. What else do you think about when you're making your first prototype?
Well, I mean, the prototype feeling good is very important because most of the time, what we've learned is if the initial prototype didn't feel good, it doesn't matter what art or fancy graphics or whatever else you throw in there, it's still going to not feel good even if it looks better than just a box. But to get to that point, it's fine if you have bad code in your project. At this point, it's a game jam. It's going to happen. It should happen so that you can be moving faster, because you would want to spend 1 to 2 hours, hard coding things, putting a bunch of references everywhere, instead of 6 to 7 hours building a proper database and structure of your game, and then finding out that the game doesn't work and you need to scrap it.
Yeah, and speaking of scrapping what you have, this is your really one and only opportunity to do so. You can't afford to do this 4 or 5 or further hours into the jam, because at that point you've really lost too much time to be able to finish a quality game. The sooner you're able to get this prototype and playtest it with your teammates, the sooner you're able to discuss and see, okay, either this is absolutely not good and we need to pick another one of the ideas that we had, or it's okay, here's some ideas that we have to sort of finagle the idea to make it a little bit more feasible, or maybe make it a little bit more fun. Or, hey, you know what? We did it. This prototype is gold. We know exactly where this is going to go. And if you're not able to play it as soon as possible, it's probably a clear sign that maybe this idea wasn't the right one. So now you've gotten past that step. You've got your prototype done. You definitely got your idea sort of solidified, and you can start to see the long-term goal of what this finished thing is going to look like. But you have to break that down into tiny little steps to be able to get there. And I think one of the most common mistakes that I see in some jam teams is a hyper-focus on that plan and on all those steps and trying to actually manage this like a real game project, which it's not. It's a jam project. You can't manage it like a real project. So what we recommend is to plan only one step ahead. How do you do that?
Well, you have to plan steps that you can easily achieve in order to plan more steps. So what that would mean is if you have a wave-based shooter, the first step would be, can you get a player who is on the screen and can shoot? If you did that, great. Now you can go to the next step. And the next step may be getting an enemy, not even an AI that dodges your bullets and shoots you, but just an enemy that can be shot. Once that works, then maybe get a bunch that can be shot and then can also spawn in different waves to make it a wave-based shooter. Taking it one step at a time helps you follow the fun and see what feels good. Because if you spend, again, the whole time planning kind of the entire architecture of this whole game, then yes, maybe right at the very end, you do have a wave-based AI system and a player that can shoot. But if it's not fun, then you spend a lot of time doing that instead of figuring out what you could have done instead to make the game fun.
Right, and it is a lot easier to follow the fun when you're only worrying about the very next step. If you're sitting there at the very, very beginning of the jam worrying about, to use an example, the complex AI and how they're going to move, none of that matters until you've completed all the prerequisites to get to that point. And the other great thing about doing only one step at a time is that you have no idea what direction the game may suddenly take a turn at. One of the most recent jams that we did, the core game concept revolved around a mechanic that ended up just never getting implemented because we ran out of time, but also because we found something else fun in the game that we didn't anticipate while playtesting. And we just sort of ended up focusing on that one thing that we knew was fun instead of thinking, oh, but we planned to do this at the beginning, so we have to do this. Well, you don't. If what you have right now is fun, just focus on that. Don't worry about the other thing. How do you make sure you get those individual tasks done?
So you really need to time box each step that you're working on. It's important that when you are talking with your team and you splitting up tasks and deciding what you're going to do, that you also decide when you're going to meet back up with each other, or at least have just a quick check-in to say, hey, I said I was going to get wave spawning stuff working in an hour, and then if someone comes back to you and they say, how's it going? And if you did good, then you can move on to the next step. And if not, then maybe you need to reevaluate what you're working on, make a new plan, or just if you need more time and that is feasible at that point in the project, then that's okay too. But at least you know. So you're going to want to just repeat that process throughout the whole jam until the game is done.
Mm-hmm. The worst thing that could happen is that someone goes off to do a core part of the game and no one decided, hey, like no one mutually decided with that person, hey, we're going to meet in 2 hours and discuss how you're doing on that. And then suddenly it's the end of the jam and they're like, hey, did you ever end up doing those enemies? And they're like, oh, I got stuck on this one thing I didn't know how to do. And then someone else on the team's like, I knew how to do that. I could have helped you. We could have talked about it. Those things really suck when it happens, but it happens a lot. And this is a kind of case where having a project lead can really help in making sure that someone's just checking in and that you're utilizing all your available resources to make sure your game is getting finished. But before your game can be finished, most jams are about 48 hours or so, sometimes more, sometimes less. But no matter how long or short they are, you probably need to eat and or sleep and or hydrate yourself at some point during this process. What kind of self-care habits do you make sure you take care of during a jam?
Just making sure that you eat complete meals. It's okay to snack, but you can't only snack. Stay hydrated, get plenty of water. Really know yourself and know when it's time to stop working. For me, I know that once I hit a certain point, I start feeling that I'm on a slow decline, and so I know that I need to wrap up what I'm doing and go to bed. And then plan to wake up at a reasonable time the next day as well, so that I can continue my work and not waste jam time by sleeping it away, and not waste jam time by underperforming at my task because I'm so sleep deprived I can't think.
Right. And that's an important part too in taking care of yourself, is communicating to your team members about when and how your self-care routine is going to work and reminding them to take care of themselves as well. You might see, a teammate who is saying, oh, you guys go to sleep, I'm going to stay up and finish the system, and then when you guys wake up, I'll do this. No, you gotta make sure that you're staying in contact with your team and encouraging each other to take care of yourselves. Everyone has their own limits, of course, but everyone's human. Everyone has pretty reasonable limits. If someone hasn't slept at all and it's been over 24 hours, that's a clear sign that someone needs to intervene and say, listen, the game will be fine. Go sleep. It'll be okay. And if you do end up needing extra time away, just make sure you've communicated to your teammates that, hey, I woke up, I told you guys I was going to come in at 8 a.m., but that's just not going to happen. I'm going to need a little bit longer. Can someone else cover this thing I was supposed to do? If you don't communicate to your team, no one can know what needs to be resolved and who needs to take care of what. So yeah, you have officially made it to the last 8 hours or so of the jam, the last 10% of the jam, and you have a game? Question mark? What do you do in the last 8 hours of a jam?
So at this point, it's time to stop adding new things, period, and look at the game and see the state. Can you play it? Does it work? And not, does someone have to force close the game to get out of the level that they just played? That's not a good thing. You need to be able to play the game and not get stuck, and have your core game done. So at that point, if you don't have that, or even if you have that and you're planning further things still, it's time to cut what you don't need and salvage what you can so that your game is still the game jam game. And you want to do that until you get to that state where you have a game that can be started, played, and finished.
Yeah, and it can be very painful to cut and salvage things from your game because whatever gets cut, somebody worked pretty hard on it, and it matters a lot to that individual. But this is something that you need to discuss with your team and make sure that everyone is on the same page about it and that everyone understands the ultimate goal is finishing a game. It doesn't matter how long I spent designing this really cool enemy. Maybe it has all these animation and all these other things. If there's no code for it to work in the game at all, these last hours are not the time that you want to spend adding that one enemy in when the amount of value and fun it's going to add to the game is only so much. And similarly, if someone's spent a whole lot of time trying to implement this complicated AI system on how the enemy is going to attack you and all that stuff, and you're down to 8 hours and it's just got bugs in it or it's just not feeling very fun, you're going to have to cut it. You just have to delete that code and write a much simpler version of that, salvage it into a simpler version so that the game is fun and playable. And that should just be on everyone's mind in those last 8 hours is playable, playable, playable. Not, oh, what about that goal? Oh, what about that goal? Oh, did we finish that idea? Oh, hey, that last bit still needs to get plugged in. If it hasn't gotten plugged in by this point, you're probably going to cause more trouble and more issues by trying to do that for a second. And then once you've reached the last 4 hours, what do you do then?
So now it's time to playtest the game. Make sure that it is fun. And this is you playtesting it a little bit, but also getting other people to play it and seeing what is either obviously wrong that you can easily fix, or what bugs pop up. And when I say things that are obviously wrong, I mean things that were not obvious to the player playing your game. So little pieces of text that you can just add on the screen, or if someone says, I can't see because the colors are way too bright, then maybe dialing back some of the colors or brightness in your game. Simple things like that, so that you can really just polish up and finish your game.
And no matter how good you may think you are at QA, you'll be surprised how often a developer will make a game and realize, oh, I never thought someone would turn left over here and crash the game. I had no idea that was going to happen.
They did.
So you really want to make sure that you get at least one person who hasn't been in the development team to just launch, play it, and let you know what needs fixing. And once you've gotten that done, or hopefully maybe even during the time that this is happening, always make sure you've got one person also working on your submission page. Most game jams require you to have some sort of submission page where you submit your game, whether it's on itch.io or the Global Game Jam. They tend to require having either a video or some screenshots at least of your game. And you want to make sure that you actually spend a little bit of time and care on those things. If it is a competitive jam, those elements can make or break your game. If you don't have decent screenshots to showcase the amazing game that you've made, maybe not as many people will play and rate it. If you don't have an engaging bio written about it or about your team, they may not take the game seriously. So you want to make sure that you haven't left too many things to the last second, especially things completely out of your control, like the entirety of itch.io going down, or the Global Game Jam site not being able to handle too many uploads all at once. Make sure that you have factored those critical last second things into account to make sure that all this hard work that you've done actually gets submitted and played by other people. And once you've done that, once you've submitted it, you're done. And you get a chance to treat yourself and hang out with your team and celebrate what it is that you've made, and make sure that you do celebrate what you've made, by the way. I think it's easy afterwards to be able to focus on what didn't get done, because a lot will not get done. A lot of the stuff that you thought about during or before the jam, you won't be able to fully accomplish. But if you did that first step correctly, if you set those clear and concise goals that determine your success, chances are you at least accomplished some amount, if not all of your own goals, and you should celebrate that and celebrate your teammates' ability to complete their own goals as well. What else do you recommend doing after jam's over?
So what's really fun and helpful even is going into the Jam's website that you were a part of and playing other people's games. You'll find that a lot of times the more you play people's games, the more likely they are to play your game as well. And then what you have is just a really cool feedback loop of playing games and then both giving and receiving feedback. And it's been a trend lately for people to stream themselves playing other people's Game Jam games, and it's been a fun time doing that too.
And this is, he already mentioned it, but it's a good opportunity to grow from this. It's a good place to kind of reflect on the jam and your experiences in it and what you can do to improve so that hopefully the next time you do a jam, it will be even better. If you just submit and then pass out and just ignore the results of the jam and ignore everyone else's games, chances are you're not going to learn anything valuable to be able to grow from for the next time around. So make sure you do spend a little bit of time to just reflect on that. So that is all we have to discuss about succeeding at jams. Thank you everyone for coming to our talk, and we should be hanging out in the Discord chat, wherever it is, to answer some questions. Bye.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. So many people here in chat today. Great turnout. But yeah, really amazing. I think we have like 30 people here already. Kartike, if you'll be in the voice chat and Discord to answer questions, that'd be great. We have Christy Smith in there already. She's part of the data security presentation coming up in 2 minutes. If you have not gotten your links for your workshops, please let us know in Discord so we make sure you have them. If you haven't voted for the Sylvie Audience Choice Awards, please do so. We'll have a lot more announcements coming up. but let's get ready for our 12:30 presentation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christy Smith. I have Ken Leitner with me, and welcome to this Siege presentation on Zero Trust Security for Developers. We'll be talking today about what Zero Trust is, and probably more importantly, why you should care about it. In brief, security, the struggle between security teams and the threats that they face is a Zero Trust game, one where a gain on one side directly translates to a loss on the other. Now, as a developer, you're an active player in this game, whether you know it or not. And so every time you are able to zero out an assumption, you win one for your team. Now, we have a straightforward agenda today. I believe in very straightforward agendas. We'll cover the who, the why, and the what, where, when of Zero Trust and how to get started using it. So let's start with who we are. My name's Christy, and running analyst relations, I spend an awful lot of time talking about Zero Trust. I'm currently getting a certification as a Zero Trust security practitioner. Ken has experience within the gaming industry, and he's a prior Siege speaker. Currently, we both work for a company called Ionic Security. And at Ionic, we work with architects and developers at some of the largest and most highly regulated organizations in the world, helping them improve their data security. But Ionic actually started in 2011 as a company called Social Fortress when our founder, Adam Getty, got fed up with resetting his Facebook privacy settings. Every time the company rolled out a new control, they rolled all of their users back to the default, which was as open and as permissible as possible. Social Fortress began with a browser-based encryption extension that allowed users to maintain their own privacy and security. And this addresses a fundamental lack of trust in social networks and other systems that are built around harvesting user data. Now, the consumer market wasn't ready for this sort of zero trust in 2011, but securing sensitive information is something that larger organizations have been trying to solve for years. But let's not beat around the bush. It's Sunday, and Siege has been awesome and inspiring, so why the buzzkill? Why should you even care about security in the first place? Ken?
So the gaming industry has definitely had its share of historical breaches, and you'll find they have done significant damage both to revenue and reputation. While the leaked source code from Half-Life 2 many years ago might have paradoxically boosted awareness in the game, breaches can multiply development time, halt gameplay, and get you dragged through the press like the Webkinz breach earlier this year, which triggered a COPPA concerns, which is a Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. The lawyers in the room will be familiar with the evolving regulatory landscape. Privacy regs like GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, can cost you up to $20 million or 4% of your revenue in fines, whichever is greater. The CCPA, California Consumer Privacy Act, opens up a private right of action that lets individual consumers sue a company directly for mishandling personal data.
Absolutely, and that GDPR is actually 20 million euros, or 4% of global revenue. So that's an incredible amount.
Personal data is the term used by GDPR. We use here PII, or Personal Identifiable Information. Maybe you think this isn't a concern because your company outsources personal and financial data to external vendors, but your company is still responsible for the safety of your entire supply chain. If your users access third-party payment processors through your web portal, then customers will still hold you responsible. But the real reason you should care is that it's your data being stolen. It's your players' data. Cyber criminals' real objectives are often follow-on phishing attacks to exploit this personal data. And if they've gotten plain text passwords, especially if those passwords are reused, as a customer might do between your game account and their financial login, then real damage can be done. It's also important to consider your game's entire ecosystem. Twitter's on this particular slide because they had a high-profile attack this summer where outsiders gained access to an internal support tool. As gamers, we should be familiar with internal support tools, after all. And that allowed them to bypass two-factor controls and access verified accounts, including direct messages. Chances are you have these same support utilities for your game, and they're internally built and proprietary. What would be the impact if someone similarly got access to plain text passwords and was able to log into your support tool? They could sell off accounts and sell off accumulated inventory and unlockables. And what would that do to your game's reputation? And what about player or developer forums leaking private messages? If I'm logged into a game playing with a friend, I consider those chat messages reasonably private. And if those were posted on a social media site, the consequences would be considerable and the reputation of your game would suffer. And here's the added problem. You're probably not well equipped. Consumers are demanding more and more security and privacy, but the leading computer science programs equipping engineers to be successful in meeting these demands. Security is considered an afterthought in most organizations, especially game development organizations, much like sound design used to be in the early days. Regulated to bolt-on security testing, a waterfall approach to security tends to screw up everybody else's agile plans. Application architectures are rapidly changing, and so are cloud services and the capabilities needed to secure them. You don't have to play the game this way. When you start with engineering security and privacy by default and by design, innovative new technology becomes more accessible.
Thanks, Ken. That leads us into zero trust, which is an industry term used to describe a security mindset, and it's a significant shift from earlier models. The National Institute of Standards and Technologies, or NIST, issued a special publication earlier this year giving the practical definition of zero trust that you see on the screen here. Yes, I spend my weekends reading special publications by NIST. I don't know what I've done in my life to deserve that, but here you are. Ionic actually provided feedback as a part of this process, and NIST's revision of their document is still very network-oriented. They did adopt a number of our recommendations, and one of them was that authorization is a critical capability for delivering zero trust in the face of these networks that are viewed as compromised. And we're going to talk a lot more about authorization in the next session. Now, the lingering network focus that NIST and others have isn't really a surprise because the term originated out of the Jericho Forum's debates on what they called deperimeterization in 2003. It's a really catchy term, but basically they were talking about the death of the perimeter firewall. Cloud technology was new. Companies were beginning to store data or consider storing data in the cloud, and so all of a sudden the ways in which security professionals had secured these assets had to change drastically. Forrester Research coined the term zero trust in 2009, and it became synonymous with innovations at the time called next-gen firewalls, or NGFWs. Now, These early computer security paradigms prior to zero trust and the advent of the cloud relied on concept of moats and walls. And so here, users authenticate into a domain, that gate you see in the center, using a login and a password. Once they're inside, though, they have complete access to all the resources there. They're trusted. A hacker breaching the walls or an insider threat who's already inside the trust zone, they get free access to everything. Now, these always were concerns with early security models, but when cloud services began offering all of these new cloud-based innovations, they really complicated the game. Now, these distributed architectures mean that somebody else is the one who's building most of my defenses. Companies like Amazon or Azure or Google may be able to build a way more powerful infrastructure than I ever could personally, but let's face it, I can't completely trust them. And besides distributed architectures, we also have distributed users. Humans are living and working and gaming remotely more than ever these days, thanks COVID. So there's been an explosion as well of other identity types like Internet of Things, IoT devices, and application service. Trusting all of these different identities can vary based on a myriad of different factors, from a user's group or role to the risk score of their device. There's a lot at play here, but the upshot is trying to protect your information with a firewall is about as effective as building a moat in Call of Duty. It is just really not going to do you any good. Now, in 2018, Forrester expanded their definition of zero trust into the diagram you see in the bottom right of your slide. 5 pillars. Networks is here. People, workloads, devices, and data. Data is the central pillar, and it kind of overlaps the others. Encircling these are 2 rings of visibility and analytics to data across all of these locations, and automation and orchestration. Everyone has jumped on the ZT bandwagon to varying degrees since, and that's really because there are some indisputable imperatives that have emerged around handling implicit trust, resource-centric controls, contextual decisions, and automated authorization. So what does it mean to do zero trust? I call this the interrobang slide because whenever somebody tells me to do something, my gut response is, but why? Question mark, exclamation point. So why should you reduce implicit trust? Well, it's because your trust walls are going to get breached. It's really a matter of time. You need to minimize the blast radius of what happens when they do. Why should you design resource-centric controls? Because resources can be accessed from anywhere. The data that we have travels everywhere from my computer to the cloud and beyond. And so trying to maintain controls in all of these places, trying to put controls in place on the internet as a whole is ridiculous. It's not something that you can achieve. The third imperative, why should you create context-aware applications? The simple answer is because context matters. Thinking about that support utility example that Ken talked about earlier, if Twitter had limited accessing that support utility to only users coming in from trusted locations or low-risk devices or any other factors that were important for them to consider, those types of requests should be treated completely differently than somebody who's using random Tor browser, unsecured Wi-Fi that's coming out of band, so to speak, from another area. There are lots of different bits of information that you can use to put together the context of how a request is being made. The fourth imperative is why should you externalize authorization? And this one really speaks to the fact that once you code something, there is a tendency to, you usually own that code for the duration. Like everyone will always come back to you to modify that particular piece of code because you're the one that touched it. And when it comes to things like data handling rules and the fact that we're in a really uncertain world right now where there are lots of new threats that are evolving, New regulations are coming out all the time. Different business needs can occur based on what an organization's business model or objectives are, or the campaign du jour. If you are not externalizing authorization, then you've got to recode your app to handle this every single time. Now, hopefully the earlier slides that Ken took you through about reputation, revenue, and your own personal data have helped you understand why this problem has relevance. And what we'll be addressing in this final section is why these specific actions will make a difference. So let's get into some practical advice to help you step up your security game. Ken?
Deny all relates to both architectural and technological decisions that can have a tremendous impact on development options and capabilities. And it forms a sort of umbrella over the other three imperatives we're discussing, which are more specific ways of reducing implicit trust. The three basic security tenets here start with a zero trust-oriented thinking of denying all access and then gradually lifting barriers for those scenarios you want to allow. This fail-closed model runs counter to prevailing paradigms that grant all access by default and then put rules in place to limit further access.
Yeah, there are a couple of those examples like privileged access management or multi-factor controls there. The use case example on the left of the slide is Google Cloud External Key Manager, or EKM. We thought it'd be valuable to show, talk about examples of how you can see these imperatives at work in the real world, out in the wild. EKM is a model that allows you to store and manage encryption keys completely outside of GCP, and that reduces the implicit trust associated with using cloud services in the first place. So if you're familiar with GDPR or the Schrems 2 case, the invalidation of Privacy Shield that happened just this summer, then you know that there are clear privacy wins to having a third party in the risk model with this approach too. Our second paradigm on resource-centric controls, most security controls depend on a user's identity, but digital identities go well beyond just a user's avatar. We all have another Google example use case here of BeyondCorp, which is a zero trust security framework that Google has built that shifts the access controls from the perimeter to the identities of the individual devices and users. And the end result of this allows employees to work securely from any location without the need for a traditional VPN.
And this is useful and can be extended further by adding resource identities into the mix. As a developer, one practical way to begin this is always to describe your data using tags or metadata. It's like tagging unlockables in a game so that everything isn't unlocked at once and you can group and regroup things based on design changes or analytic feedback. You're making it easier for your security or privacy counterparts to write policy that affects the data handling directly. Grand Theft Auto uses resource stats to dictate what scenarios you're presented with, and the options are always contextual. You want the same sort of mindset when designing your own application security. Most practitioners are familiar with, the old Unix rules. I'm a user, I'm a super admin, but these grant too much trust. Think about the Twitter hack that allowed a non-employee to access a customer utility. Considering more attributes about the subject making the request, the resources requested, and using those tags that you've hopefully added, and the environmental factors around the request itself, like we mentioned, was it on an external Wi-Fi, for example, you can get the full context of the situation before granting access.
Yeah, that's very important. The use case example here is Ionic Machina. Machina is an attribute-based decision engine that can gather that contextual information from a variety of different locations. You can look at user roles, you can gather that resource metadata, the tags that you've added, you can capture risk scores, location, so much more to be used in making access decisions. But let's face it, you don't want to be writing and rewriting all of these contextual rules into your application code. That's a disaster. And that's why our last imperative here is to externalize authorization. Most people are familiar with authentication, that castle walls and moat example we were looking at earlier, where you enter in a login and password to get by the gate. But authorization is often neglected, but more important problem to solve. NIST urges the use of authorization, and so do industry firms like Forrester and Gartner. In fact, the definition of external authorization management, or EAM, that you see on the screen here comes from Gartner. Zero trust doesn't mean nothing's trusted, but it does mean that all trust must be earned. And so in a more technical sense, authenticated and authorized, as you can see in this diagram here.
And again, Ionic Machina is our example, partially because we work there, but also because it's one of the things we do best. Integrating the Machina SDK, the same way you'd use something like Stripe or Twilio to abstract payment or messaging logic into a separate layer, it's not only good security, but it makes your life easier. You don't have to become an encryption expert or get caught in an infinite loop of rewriting business logic. You're putting the responsibility for updating policy where it belongs, with the security, privacy, risk, and compliance teams who know them best. And if you work in a small company and happen to wear all of those different hats, you can still make changes in a natural language UI or through Machina APIs without recompiling your entire app. Getting comfortable with external authorization unlocks extra time because it can be used at the presentation layer. This is like using an Unreal blueprint to hand off code to a designer, except in this case, you're handing off to policymakers.
Yeah, EAM is really valuable, especially for those support utility breaches we've been discussing. But the outsourcing of a decision doesn't even need to be one related to security. When you make decisions through policy and not code, your decision-making becomes data-driven. You can dynamically change menus. You can make bonus content available just to specific users. The only limit here is really your own imagination. When should you get started? Well, the world's been an uncertain place lately, so now's a really great time to start making decisions through policy and not code. Because don't forget, it's your reputation, your revenue, and your personal data that's on the line. So how do you get started? You can keep these 4 imperatives in mind, and we'll leave you with a few resources to explore.
As we move into the Q&A section of our time together, we'd be happy to share code samples or other resources that would be most valuable to you. Machina SDKs are available for Windows, Linux, Mac, OS X, iOS, and Android, and they support Java, C++, C#, Python, and JavaScript. There's also a command line tool for testing and prototyping.
Thanks, Ken. So the 4 imperatives that we've been talking about today to help you begin using Zero Trust as a developer are to reduce implicit trust within your application, to design resource-centric controls, create context-aware applications, and externalize authorization. So there's some activity you can see here on the chart. These are just links out to tutorials, sample code, other kinds of descriptions and documentation that can help you get your feet wet with trying out some of these different imperatives. I can attest that it is it's pretty easy to get started. I am not a developer, but I have set up my own Machina tenant, including the command line interface, the CLI that Ken was just talking about. I think that's really interesting for the gaming community because a lot of times you do a lot of rapid prototyping to come up with a workable concept before you want to present it and move a little further. And just like that sound design example where if you're not thinking through what the overall sound design is going to be like for the application, if you're not thinking through how the security is going to function within your app, then you have a lot more challenges down the road when it comes time to moving something into a workable prototype. So luckily, we have Ken here to answer any specific technical questions that you may have. And thanks for being here. Thanks for being at Siege.
All right, everybody. Welcome again to Siege 2020, Virtual Siege. And we have with us right now Christy Smith and Ken Leitner. I'll let you try and guess which is which. But I love the presentation. We had some questions in advance. If you have more questions, you can ask them right now in the chat, or you can join them in a few minutes in our Discord voice channel. A few questions we got. The first one was, how does a small developer plan for security at the very start of game development or at the very start of forming their studio? What should they have in mind?
Me or you, Christy?
Why don't you take a crack at it first?
So I think the most important thing is to get the basics down. Keep all your software up to date with security patches. Make sure you're on the latest Java, because Java is a huge source of viruses. And then what you do in terms of your game development, I guess, is a separate question. But just keeping your network secure is the first start. And I guess it depends on what level of security you're looking for. Like for a lot of game studios first starting out, if a design document gets stolen and posted on the web, it's almost good for them. But on the other hand, there are a lot of other things there that are not so good. Employment records, whatever. What a lot of small companies do is just outsource that stuff. So if you can use a payroll service, for example, then you don't have to have any social security numbers on your computers at all, right?
All right, Christy, your turn to tell us the truth.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Keeping your systems up to date and patched is really tremendous. I think thinking through one of the most important things that I can advice I can give is to think about who's requesting access to information and resources. So that's not just data itself; it could be services that you use to run things. What those things are. And then thinking about the contexts of how that access should be granted, right? And just thinking through the process of, like, do you know what it is that is sensitive information? Do you know what it is that are sensitive services that could potentially cause damage if someone had unauthorized use to it? And just think through that practice. A lot of times what we see is just access is being granted at the highest level to everything, and especially for a small group that might make sense initially, but the larger you get, or thinking through some of the support scenarios we talked about in the presentation can really help, and it's just a question of maybe brainstorming it or thinking it through as you're getting started.
All right, one more question, then move you to the voice chat. We got some small studios that are having to ramp up servers and will have to be expanding their server use. What should they keep in mind in regard to security for those operations?
So my thing on that is watching what's going on the back end. I think most people are kind of aware of, I don't want to be accessible. I mean, it's kind of the mode idea that Christy mentioned earlier. I don't want to be accessible to the outside without some sort of authentication. But then on the back end, you're going to have, it's not going to be one machine. It's going to be a cluster of machines, and they have to talk to each other. And how is that conversation happening? Does that need to be encrypted? Is that in a completely secure, if you're running all those servers on your local area network, you have some level of security there, but chances are they're not running on your local security network. They're running at AWS, and when they talk to each other, it's kind of out in the open, right?
All right. Any other thoughts, Christy?
Yeah, I would say if you're setting up a new, especially if you're using cloud services, I would look into what's called the shared responsibility model. One of the amazing things about cloud services is that they take on doing the security for a lot of operations, mostly the infrastructure and platform layers. But the data layer, where your information sits, clients have a responsibility to protect that. And so a lot of the breaches that you see around misconfigured AWS buckets, for example, S3 buckets, are because, and it's the customer who's actually getting in trouble for this, not the cloud provider, AWS or Google or Microsoft Azure in that sense. And all of them, to varying degrees, have responsibilities that the clients have to take on in order to secure that information. And so I would look into having security that maybe goes beyond just the native controls within that cloud provider. So some of the topics we touched on in this presentation around privacy, if you're dealing with any data that might come from individuals in California with the California Consumer Privacy Act, or with Europe, the European Union, in terms of the General Data Protection Regulation, it's important to think about separating the information that you're protecting from the keys that you're using to secure it.
All right, invaluable information. Thank you both very much. And we are going to go ahead and head to Crisis Communications for Game Devs with Blaine Humphreys, Kimberly Starks, and Michael Brown. Thank you very much, Christy and Ken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Siege 2020. We have with us Blaine Humphreys, Kimberly Stark, and Michael Brown. Thank you for joining us for Crisis Comms 101, tackling sensitive topics. That's never burned any game devs. Thank you both, all of you, for being here. And if you have questions, post them in the chat.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for having us, Andrew. And yeah, so this is Crisis Comms 101, we're going to be talking about tackling sensitive topics. That is a mouthful that I didn't realize until I said it out loud. So it's going to be great, guys. But I guess just to kick things off, so I am Blaine Humphreys. I'm an account supervisor at Triple Point PR. It's a games and tech PR agency. I have nearly a decade of experience in games, both AAA and indie, as well as expertise in corporate and product communications. But before this, I freelanced as a games reporter, where I was receiving all of the pitches and press releases from PR. And you really kind of get an inside perspective when you transition like that. But with me, I have Mr. Michael Brown and Kimberly Starks, who I will let introduce themselves.
Sure, so I'm Michael. I am the founder and CEO of Vicarious PR and also of V Publishing. I have a bunch of experience in both marketing and PR for video games and tech. I have ran crisis communications for several high-profile AAA companies over the past 5 years. And yeah, I think I know one or two things about being in a tight spot.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kimberly M. Starks, accredited public relations practitioner and principal consultant of the specialist communications firm Blue Scorpion Reputation Management. We focus on the CEOs of the video gaming studios and carving them out as subject matter experts.
Cool. All right. So I guess to really kick this off, we really got to set some ground rules. Like those can really teeter on the edge of actually discussing sensitive topics. And we really got to be careful with how we do this. So we're going to respect all of our clients' confidentiality. Sure, some examples may come up, but we are going to try and avoid calling out any specifically by name. And we're going to try and keep conversations at a high level and really focus on sharing hypothetical situations rather than specific examples. Now, some may come up and slip out, but we're going to really try and scale that back. And so through this, we're going to give insight into what is crisis communications PR and how you can plan ahead and avoid mitigating a crisis, because this is a key component of crisis comms. And how you can actually execute the planning and how to execute a crisis comms plan when a situation happens. And we're also going to go over the most common situations where a crisis typically occurs. So to do all of that, though, we've got to define what exactly is a crisis, which, in a nutshell, something bad happened, right? You don't know what it is, but something bad happened, and you know you got to react to it. And so that could typically involve conversations around your company turning negative in various capacities. There could be unfavorable reactions to something in your game, whether it is sensitive content or something people felt was handled inappropriately. Or someone at the studio, an executive or lead developer, just said something that made people angry. And really, it's all around when you've lost control lost control of the narrative surrounding your studio or product in some way, which is really, things aren't looking too good right now, guys. So that is kind of the core of what we're going to be talking about on this panel. And so really one of the first and things that you can really plan around is when you have sensitive topics in your game. And so this can be things that include your game's commentary on current events. In 2020, there are a lot of things to pull from. It can be from, things that happened earlier this year. It could be about COVID-19. It can be any number of things that you want to talk about or that people are talking about. Can also include issues faced by certain groups. I know, like earlier this year, everyone was talking about, Black Lives Matter, and if your game touches on that content, or police in any way. Or, your game is putting players in an uncomfortable situation, whether, it's human trafficking or, something that really makes somebody feel or do something that they just don't want to do or that they wouldn't feel comfortable with doing. Or your game explores dark themes. I think that is one of the more common things. And I guess Mike or Kimberly, like if you guys have seen, I think you guys would agree that these are some of the more common areas where sensitive topics occur, right?
Yeah, I think so. I've done, for example, I've actually made a game that fits this criteria pretty well. So, V Publishing just published a game called Syntherapy that was literally focuses on talking about AI and consciousness and mental health. And so there's a lot of themes that run within that, where we touched on things like suicide, and the premise of the game is to take a kind of a sensitive look at mental health as well as broader AI themes, like is if an AI reaches sentience and then develops a mental health condition, will humans look upon that as a fault from a machine, or is it a mental health problem that needs to be treated like you would do within a human? And so we were, obviously there's a lot of pretty dark themes that run throughout that game and very sensitive topics that a lot of people experience on a regular basis. So we had to take a look at that very carefully to make sure that we weren't at least the way we presented the game was tactful. And so yeah, we've run a couple of those things fairly recently.
Yeah, and really, at the core of it, this is one of the, I guess you would say, most preventable or things that you can plan for. Because really, like the key component, if your game has a sensitive topic that could rub people the wrong way, plan for it. Like, even if it doesn't happen, you want to have that planning in place in case it does. Or, you want to prepare messaging in advance of it. So, lead with it. Like, go out ahead of time and say, like, my game will touch on these topics. And make sure you talk about it in a way that shows understanding and empathy towards the groups that may be affected by it. Because being blindsided by something sensitive in your game will create more of a backlash effect. Whereas if you went proactively out with it. And a key component of doing this is knowing, specifically with press, who to share this information with, because you want them to be the ones to carry your message and to do it in the way that you intend, in the way it should be communicated. So if there is a reporter who has a certain topics that they like talking about and they like seeing games tackle sensitive topics strategically, then you want to definitely lead with them, and especially if it's somebody who is respected at large within the industry.
Yeah.
I'd like to add to that in addition to whoever the point person is that talks to that reporter, that your team, they don't work in silos, right? So having that messaging, your team, just in case, you never know who may be communicating with one another. You just want to make sure that messaging is across the board the same, so that it's not just that one person, but everyone on the team has that understanding and they have that same messaging.
Yeah, and that's actually a great point, because you don't want, like, you obviously want to train all of your spokespeople to have like the same messaging and how to handle tough questions, but media are savvy. They're not gonna just, like, depending on the level of the situation, they're not always going to stop at the person you provide them. They'll go on Twitter and ask other people. And if anyone along the chain of command says something counter, then that becomes your headline.
Yeah. I think, from a starting point, I mean, obviously there's different levels to this in terms of in-game content. So you have to really define, like, is it a game that has a broader message, and you know, this sensitive topic is a part of that narrative or that message, or are you adding something in that kind of goes against the rest of the game? Like, does it feel out of place? Like, define if this, you know, if it's worth it. Like, is it worth to add something in that kind of goes against the grain of the rest of the game? Because what you don't want is a sensitive topic coming out of nowhere that doesn't really fit the rest of the tone and theme of the game. Because if you're just trying to put something in there, like as an Easter egg or as a piece of content that is aside from everything else that the game is doing, it's going to look really out of place. And so, is it worth it at that point to put that piece of content in there if it doesn't fit the overall narrative of the game? If the game is, you know, or if it does fit, then obviously you have to think about testing as well. Like, part of the planning should be to really identify how this comes across to people, because you know, when you're developing a game, you can really live in a bubble, and you can think something is, you know, a piece of dialogue or something like that is written well, and then it can go out to the world and people go, that was god awful, what are you doing? And so being able to test that internally is going to be really, really important. And there's a couple of ways that you can do that. I mean, focus groups work really well for that kind of thing. And then if it's a topic that is very, you know, that has repercussions in different fields such as mental health, then you can ask charities, mental health professionals, that kind of thing, to come and take a look and get their advice and seek advice from, you know, professionals and experts who know the topic very well, to be like, you know, what do you think of this? How can I improve this? And how can I get this message across well that, you know, it doesn't cause problems? And that's not to say that, you know, some sensitive topics don't cause problems no matter how tactfully you do it. But I think, you know, you should avoid just going into a sensitive topic or something that can potentially be controversial and not ask for, you know, expert opinions and outside help, because the worst thing that you can do is, you know, have horse blinders on and go in and then it becomes a situation that you hadn't planned for simply because you didn't take the appropriate time to test it out.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Having an ombudsman, if you will, and to your point, Michael, focus groups as well are really good in determining whether there's something that needs that extra attention or not. And I would also say during that time of development, having that foundational conversation as to making sure that whatever is being put out there, that you stand firm on that, because you don't want to get called to the carpet by a reporter or a specific group, and then you're walking back, well, we didn't mean to do that, or, you know, something along those lines.
And to that point about experts, depending on you can actually sometimes form a relationship with the expert and then pitch them in on an interview with your developer to talk about the content and how it is portrayed in the game, which really adds a layer of credibility and strength to your message. You know, an example of this is the board game Pandemic in 2020 has had doctors play the game and reference it within 2020. And that has worked out tremendously well for that game. And I could say this because I kind of did that. So, but, you know, that is a case where sensitive content, like talking about a board game called Pandemic in 2020 is a very sensitive issue. But when you have the strength of experts and doctors playing it with you, then it becomes a good thing rather than a thing that you were trying to capitalize on. And that's really sort of a key component to messaging sensitive topics or handling sensitive topics in the game. And another core component of this is telling your PR team early that this is going to come up. Because the PR team doesn't want to be blindsided whenever, you know, in the middle of an interview and a spokesperson alludes to something in the game that you had no idea that was coming. Because, you know, we're only as good as the information that is provided to us, and we're not the developers. So we would need to know what's coming so that we can plan for it and also target and message appropriately. So I guess then that. So another key area where a crisis could come up is when you want to make commentary on a broader topic, something that's not necessarily tied to your game, but about the world at large. And some of these could include like political discussion in the US. If you want to, whether it's included in your game or post about it on Twitter or write a blog post about how the US political situation is affecting development, you've got to really be careful about it, because then that will frame the conversations that your game has talked about. A hot button issue right now in the industry is development cycles and crunch. I'm sure we've all seen it at this point. If you want to make a comment about it, you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure that you can even make a statement about it before you just go out and do it. Gender equality in tech, and really just any other major topic that's happening in the world at large. So, to my earlier point of things to consider before you make these statements is you need to determine if you even have grounds to make a statement. If you want to talk about gender equality in tech, but your entire studio is white men, probably shouldn't be making that statement. You're just going to draw more attention to yourself in a very bad way. It really, before you go out and make these statements, you've got to discuss internally, because a lot of times, like, I know it's hard to tell everybody in the studio, and sometimes you can't always tell everybody in the studio what it is you're going to talk about, but your studio is going to be, or the people who work at your studio are going to be like associated with the statements that you make. And they should be aware of it, so that, to our earlier point of making sure everyone is trained on messaging, you don't want to put out a statement and then have somebody internally say something counter to that, because that will backfire. And you really want to make sure you are consulting with the appropriate groups. And most importantly, make a meaningful statement. And this is something that we saw a lot earlier this year, where during Black Lives Matter, everybody was saying they supported it, but there wasn't as much of a way to show it. And to really add meaning to it, it's something like donations, or how you are going to show you are doing the things that you were saying you're going to do, whether it's like employee sensitivity training or updating your corporate responsibility documentation. There are things you can do that you should do to make the statements meaningful and impactful, and not that you are jumping on a bandwagon. And there's also some analysis that needs to happen on whether or not, I guess why you're saying it, and I feel like I lost my train of thought there mid-sentence, but I think you guys probably have experience with this too, dealing with this with your...
Yeah, I think, you should, I think an evaluation into why, figure out why you want to make a statement on something, right? Like, are you doing it to actually contribute to the discussion and say something, valuable and insightful, or are you doing it to give yourself a pat on the back? Because if you're doing it just to basically virtue signal and just be like, hey, look at our great company, it's really easy to call it out, and people see through that very quickly. I think, making sure that you evaluate, like you say, you've got to have, if you're coming out on a broader topic, especially if it's a topic that's controversial in any kind of way, you really have to be squeaky clean in that regard. Like, you can't come out and say we're against crunch, and then be crunching, right? Like, that doesn't really work well. You can't come out in favor of diversity and have none. You can't come out and say, we support this, but then have a history of making controversial statements on that subject. Like, it doesn't. You have to be able to back that up, because the internet's going to call you out real quickly, and nothing goes away on the internet. So people are going to be able to dig through everything that you've ever said online. And it's also, you've also got to make sure that you don't have a leaky ship as well. So it's no good the higher end management saying, we're in support of this, this is our views on this, and this is what we support, but then having multiple people within the company tweet out opposing counterpoints about that, and being in a situation where you're almost fighting an internal battle on Twitter with your own company employees. So you really have to define carefully like why you want to enter this discussion, because as much as you may feel like, oh, I just want to contribute to the discussion and try and share some light on it, it's, you know, people are going to shine a spotlight on you. And so you have to be ready for that. And my personal philosophy is, I think it's good to support, you know, movements. I think it's important for companies to support movements that need supporting, especially when it comes to things like civil rights and things like that. But at the same time, you have to make sure that you're not just blowing smoke, and you're actually, you know, showing and not telling. Like, it's no good just to, you know, try and win political points just by saying something and making a statement. You have to actually put something into practice over the long term that does what you're saying it's going to do, because ultimately the only thing that will end up happening is, if you go out in support of something but then don't back that up, is people later on will call you out on that very matter, and then you've turned something that you've tried to do positive, and that's become a crisis communications issue, because then 6 months down the line people are calling you out for, you know, all talk and you know, not walking the walk, so to speak.
And I'd like to add to that this year, 2020, has allowed for an opportunity for game dev studios and companies to really take a look at all of the events that have happened collectively and specific to the industry just being in the moment and being reactive when something happens, and then saying, oh, we need to prepare a statement because that's what everyone else is doing, or we need to react because, you know, company A has done the same thing. Now is the time to really take a look at everything that has happened and to do an environmental scan and create a plan. What is it that your company stands for? What is it that your company is doing to evolve and accelerate itself as it relates to these specific matters, so that if and when something does happen, that you're prepared and everyone across the board knows where the company stands, so that you're not making a knee-jerk reaction or being felt where you need to respond for the sake of responding.
Right, and to that point, I think once you put the statement out there, and then if later you come counter to it, that not only is the internet going to drag you, but so are reporters. That will surface in any news coverage about your game, any reviews about your game, any editorial content about your game, and even content creators will sometimes call this out too. So it really becomes an anchor, and you don't want to be in that situation. So there's just a lot of things you've really got to consider and think about before you go on and make a statement. And we get it. Like, there's a lot of pressure sometimes to make a statement. You know, it's almost like if everyone's making statements and you're not, that is silence compliance. Well, and the answer is no, but like, it's easy to get caught up in that moment. But just take a step back, figure out what you want to say, why you want to say it, and then making sure that you actually follow through with whatever it is you're saying. I mean, that's all important stuff.
So true. It's the follow through. I'll tell you, we received a number of phone calls from game dev studios wanting to receive advice, and we ourselves have received phone calls wanting to make a statement externally on the Black Lives Matter movement. However, again, if your company hasn't really had the conversation previously, or have not done anything previously as it relates to diversity and inclusion, then the best thing is to be proactive rather than reactive, because it really could come back and bite you down the line.
So, and I guess one of the other forms of crisis comms, and this is the one that I think everybody has seen happen in the public sphere in some way, shape, or form, is the more immediate publisher and studio level reactions to something. And a lot of this is something like your high profile developer quit, or your someone is leaking internal information on Twitter or to an anonymous source on Reddit that then hits, PC Gamer or IGN. More recently in 2020, your game is getting delayed. Or, team members were accused of something. And really, whatever the case is, there's just a lot of negativity surrounding your game and studio. And we've all seen this play out very publicly. We don't need to get into specific examples, but you generally know when this happens, and it really puts pressure on the PR team to respond to it and to respond to it quickly. And everybody wants to see people react to things quickly. And really, before you even consider responding, you've got to talk to legal first. Like, what can you say before you say it? Because, there's the whole... this drives PR people wild, but there's like the whole court of public opinion versus court of law, and the legal team doesn't always care about what PR wants, but there's a reason for it, right? And so you really got to figure out what you can and can't say, and then plan around that and do it strategically. Or determine if you even should make a public statement, because a lot of times making a statement adds credibility to whatever the accusation or the leak or whatever the thing is. And if it's happening in some far off corner of Reddit, then you can probably just ignore it and let that group kind of theory craft around whatever the thing is. Assuming it's not something major, but if it's like a leak or delays or what have you.
I'll speak to that, Blaine. One of the things that I always advise to consider is if something of that nature happens, determine the reach of the person who is putting that out there, the influencer or person themselves. There are a number of things to consider before responding. Because there is a knee-jerk reaction to respond, but you do have to consider who is spreading the message and how far you think that message will go before that issue actually turns into a crisis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a couple of points on this. I think you have to determine the severity. You have to determine, how sensitive the topic is. You have to determine, how big is this going to spread? Is this guy on some blog saying something that like 3 people are going to read, or is this something that's going out to like hundreds of thousands of people? There have been many times when we've done crisis communications where my advice to people has been to not say anything, because sometimes saying something can just add fuel to the fire. It can add, credibility to the accuser or whatever it may be. It can sometimes turn a non-story into a story just by responding, instead of just letting it blow over. Obviously, you have to consult with legal, and on top of that, it's important to make internally, and this is something that my company does with our clients. We at the very start of setting up our crisis communications, we have essentially a chain of command whereby you go through the process of the chain of command, and then there's always the top end to someone who's going to make that final decision. So that allows you to get through this approval process very quickly. And so you have to decide who's going to make the decision to make a statement or not, because what you don't want to happen is for a crisis to occur and then the PR team and the legal team, nobody knows who's making any decisions. Are we saying something? Are we not? And then there's all this internal communication. And by the time that someone's stepped forward and said, "Hey, let's do something about this," it's too late to salvage the situation. And so you have to make sure that you've got a very clear plan internally about if something bad happens. PR meets with legal, forms a statement, and then advice. And then you meet with, we usually have like a crisis team that will meet straight away and will decide, and PR will offer his advice, legal will offer its advice, and then the head of the crisis team will then make a determination on whether we're actually going to respond or just see how it goes, or give it 2 weeks and we'll meet again, that kind of thing. So it's important to have that internally because you don't want to get caught without having a very clear system of approval for that, or else if a statement does need to be made, it might be made way too late due to death by committee.
I'm sorry, Blaine. Go right ahead. No, I was just going to add in what Michael was saying is so very true. One of the sayings that we always have is the first 24 to 48 hours, if there is a true issue that's about to turn into a crisis, it's so important, because after that 48 hours, if you haven't done anything and you don't have anything in place, the train has left the station.
Yeah, that is absolutely true, and because you've got to be nimble and quick about it, but you've also got to respond in a meaningful way, and also just consult with legal and make sure it fits within their parameters, and and part of that crisis planning, whenever you're figuring out what to say, you also got to figure out who is going to say it and who's going to be attributed to the response. And depending on the situation would depend on who that person would be. So if a high profile developer left the studio and people are upset about that, then that response statement could come from the head of the studio or somebody who is leading the team about like why the person leaving is maybe not as bad as people think, or if you have a new replacement coming in to fill their role, maybe the statement comes from them about what they are going to be adding to or what they're bringing to the table with the project. So really being able to respond meaningfully and quickly, but also knowing who is saying it, are all pieces of this puzzle. And really, a key component of this is to not lie, which is also really important to say because, lies are just bad and they tend to generate more crisis later. So, just don't do it. And I think that's something we can all unanimously agree on. But, so let's say things went bad. Now what? You're in a crisis and you don't know what to do. Well, most immediately, like we were saying before, don't react with a knee-jerk response, because that will almost always backfire. Take time, take a step back, look at the problem, and craft a meaningful reaction or statement or response. And really, the moment something could be happening, bring in the PR team. Let them know. You don't want something bubbling in the background for weeks or months, and then PR gets kind of thrown into the middle of it without that context. Like we really need to know what's coming or what is happening so we can serve you best. Like I was saying before, align everyone on messaging because later down the road, when after you get through the crisis, and you're still going to want to promote your studio and project, you're going to have interviews with press, and they're going to inevitably ask about the situation, the crisis situation. So you want to make sure that everyone is up to date on messaging and that they stay up to date on the messaging in case, just in case it comes up later. And you want to really show the steps that are being taken to address whatever the problem is. And there is a degree of, I call it strategic transparency versus radical transparency, because gamers don't need to see everything that's happening behind the scenes. They just want to feel included in some capacity, or like they're not being left out. So there's a certain degree of transparency that is definitely more strategic rather than showing them everything. And really, to our earlier point, is you want to identify the media who are going to be willing to listen to your response and to whatever messaging you're putting out there, and then tackle it. So even if you can, after you give your statement and you feel that there is more that you can do, again, very dependent on the situation, you can look to set up interviews with your best spokespeople to further elaborate on the things that you were doing or why the issue may not have been as important or significant as it was being made out to be. It's not something that we would recommend with every situation, but depending on how bad it is, this is a good strategy. And really, like we were saying before, be prepared to answer questions about whatever the situation was throughout the remainder of your campaign. So, if you had a situation happen a year ago, but people still remember it, it's going to likely come up. It'll either surface in coverage, or if you haven't really talked about it since it happened, it'll come up as an interview question at some point. So really just being able to be ready for that, and this sort of feeds into everything, where keep your people up to date on messaging, keep your PR team in the loop about what's happening, do the things that you say you're going to do to resolve the issue, because all of that is going to be under extreme scrutiny whenever you are back trying to promote your product. I guess does this all make sense to you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with pretty much everything there. I think, again, preparation is just key to this, right? Like, preparation can solve like 90% of your crisis issues if you just have a really good plan in place. And it doesn't have to be a plan about the specific issue, especially if it's an issue that comes out of the blue and that you hadn't planned for, because you can't plan for everything. But I think if you've got the processes in place where who the decision makers are, who you need to talk to get advice from, who's crafting a statement if one needs to, you've got a thing in place where you're regularly updating all your staff about messaging, you're having you've got a policy, a social media policy in place for staff. I'm a big advocate of social media policies when it comes to workplaces, especially when you're working on stuff that is often NDA'd and stuff, and most employees are NDA'd anyway. But we don't make any comments about that aren't approved by. Don't make any comments about the company that aren't approved by the PR team. We often advise companies to give people individual freedom on their own social medias, but to have a policy in place where we don't like to have employees make public statements that can be construed as comments from the company itself. So make sure to have that distinction. Like a lot of people put in their Twitter bios now, like, my comments are my own and not representative of my company, that kind of thing. Make sure that's in place, and bits and pieces like that. So again, 90% of crisis communication can be made so much easier just by having a plan in place, having a process in place, and making sure that you know what to do when something comes up.
And I'll add to that, all good points, Michael, having a plan in place, having a process in place, but also having the right team in place, which is insurance, if you will, of having a triple point PR, Vicarious, or BSRM, in that if there is truly a crisis and you have a PR representative or you have an actual team, that you have a firm that's able to step in and handle what's going on so that your day-to-day operations can still move forward. So that's an important aspect of this as well, having that relationship in the event that something happens, that you have an extended team that's able to go to bat for you when needed.
Yeah, and there's always a component of crisis comms that has an effect on your team, because it can be extremely demoralizing to see people just, talking crap about your project for time on end. So the PR team can really help turn that situation around and look at ways to mitigate the problem in a way that leads to a positive outcome, which also has benefits on the studio at large. So there's really, like I said, like the core component of all of this is just planning and keep your PR team in the loop so that we can do all of these things and help you get back on the right track. So just to quickly recap, because I know we've gone over a lot of really in the weeds information. So just to recap the key components of what we discussed is, at large, most crisis situations can be avoided with proper planning, or they can be turned around quickly with proper planning. And really, you want to be as transparent as possible with your PR team from the very beginning. You want to proactively craft careful messaging around sensitive content that is in your game. And absolutely train all spokespeople on appropriate messaging surrounding sensitive topics and surrounding whatever the crisis situation is or could be. And typically, and most PR people do this by default, is we have a core group of media and content creators that we work with pretty regularly that we know will carry your message, so that when these situations come up, we are ready to hit the ground running and really turn things around. And really, like, just make whatever response or statement or interview you are giving be meaningful and show real effort that shows that you are addressing the situation, whatever it is. And whatever you do, don't give a knee-jerk reaction if faced with a bad situation, because that does backfire always. I think that really covers this at a very high level, unless you guys have anything else you want to add.
Yeah, I mean, I also think it's important to note that, not all crisis communications are like big things. Like, it doesn't always have to be, your executive was accused of sexual harassment or something like that. It can be literally as small as somebody on Facebook, a player on Facebook saying, like, say for example, you're making a 2D pixel game, right? It can be as small as somebody saying, hey, that looks like Hyperlight Drifter plagiarism, ? Even though it's absolutely not, you're just making a pixel art game and it looks like other pixel art games because it's pixel art. It can be as small as that, right? And you have to be able to identify if that's going to be an issue going down the line. You have to be identified, should you respond to that comment? How are you going to respond to that comment? Are you going to say, no, it isn't stupid, and come off like that? Or are you going to say, oh, well, I really appreciate that you think our game looks like one of the best games out there, but no, it's just pixel art. We do all ourselves. It can be as small as that. Like, there are multiple layers of this. This isn't always just, you have to be, crisis communications is about how to respond to negativity in general, and it doesn't have to be some, world-ending thing. It can be, as simple as just interacting with players, interacting with customers, or interacting with other companies at times. And so it's always good to have a plan in place for, at least a process in place for how you make those decisions, how you make those determinations, and having a PR team in place or someone at least that you can go to get that.
Yeah. I guess one of the other key things of this is determining whether or not you should make the statement, because you may not need to. But I guess Kimberly, I guess on your side, because you deal with a lot of the executive level stuff. I guess, in your opinion, would you say that a lot of this approach, because we're definitely talking about it more on the product level, but would this also apply to executives?
One thing that is always advisable is that the CEO should not be the spokesperson of the company, because typically the CEO is who has the final word. But if you have a spokesperson that you are delegating that task to, then that is a layer of protection for the studio. Sure.
And we have a related question from the YouTube chat. Grateful for Disney. Thank you for asking, how do you advise on actually training a team on these concerns, especially for monitoring sites like Facebook? Any sites, resources to recommend?
So that is a great question, and there's a few layers to that. So really, there's a lot of social media monitoring tools that will alert you when certain keywords or phrases are triggered, and really, like Sprout Social, I think, is a big one. So you can really just monitor what people are saying. And as for training spokespeople, so at Triple Point, we have an entire media training, I guess, course is the best way to describe it. A whole thing that we run through where we train all of our spokespeople, as well as, and it also covers potential sensitive topics that come up. And this is a thing that if you have a PR team, or if you're working with a PR team, they should or can provide to you. If you don't have one, and it's something that you are trying to figure out how to handle on your own, it comes down to figuring out what you want to say and then practicing it so that you are consistent and coherent in what you are trying to say.
Yeah.
And that should happen on an annual basis, if not semi-annual, where you are practicing, where you are taking a look at what's happening industry-wide, or what could be on the forefront. And to your point, Blaine, Social Sprout is a great social listening tool to be on the lookout of what's being said about your company on social media.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of community management tools are really handy. So on the PR side, we typically focus our efforts on press and sometimes influencers, depending on the project. And so we often work closely with community to monitor what people at large are saying, because that's a good way to identify where a crisis could be bubbling up, because it could be happening on Twitter that then hits a reporter's feed that then comes to us. And when that happens, we immediately start preparing the messaging and then training our spokespeople on whatever the response will be and the other ways it could get phrased, so that even if it's not obvious that a reporter's asking about it, they kind of are. So we make sure that everything is aligned across the board when these situations happen.
You've got another... Oh, go ahead, Michael.
No, I was going to say, the only thing I would do, say, in addition to that, is to make sure that, if you're starting from scratch, like you have no idea what you're doing in this. Outside of the tools and the resources that you can Google for, and there's lots of articles and helpful stuff on this, is just to hire a consultant for a week. Hire a PR consultant and say, come in, set up a process, set up a PR plan for us, and that we can work off, talk to some of the guys to talk about, very specific situations, and then you can do that, and it's a cheaper alternative than, hiring a company. If you've got a limited budget, you can't afford a PR agency for 6 months, just hire a PR consultant to come in for a week or two, train some of your guys up, and put a plan in place for you.
All right. Elsie Knighton has an excellent question in Twitch, and I'm going to read the question here, but then I'm going to let everyone go to the GGA Discord voice channel to answer it, so we get the next speaker up. The question is, how can a company address the LGBTQ community without looking like they are pandering? So let's take that question over to the Discord chat. Thank you all very much. Great presentation today, lots of great information, and invaluable lesson, especially in an industry where after yesterday's Ubisoft issues, people were thinking that maybe even Ubisoft had pulled a hoax to promote games. So we've got that bad a reputation. Let's go ahead and make sure we repair it across the board. Thanks, everybody. Join our speakers in the Discord general chat.
All right. Hey everyone, my name is Brad Merritt. Thanks for coming to my talk, Creating Depth in Small Games with Adverbs. Like I said, my name is Brad Merritt. I'm the game design director at Cartoon Network. I have worked at Cartoon Network since 2003. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about myself, so convince you that I know what I'm talking about, and you should listen to me. I've worked on a whole bunch of games at Cartoon Network, a lot of old Flash games, some larger multiplayer Unity games, also a whole lot of mobile games, and just an absolute insane amount of small Flash games, HTML5 games, and sort of quick fail mobile games. Literally hundreds of games at this point. In some of these games, I work on directly as a programmer or a game designer, but a lot of these games, I have an interesting sort of like game design consultant position where I work with external vendors and just help them make their games better and more fun. And there is a problem that we face a lot at Cartoon Network, and this is probably a problem that a lot of small developers have faced with us. Some people watching this may have even made games for us and know what pain in the butt I can be asking for your games to be a little better. So let's talk about this problem. This is a problem that we have with our vendors. This is a problem that you may have when you're working for another company. It just may be feedback that you get from users when you put a game out on early access or something like that. Is that you've made this nice small quick fail game. Maybe you just want to get it done. You want to get it out. You want to crank out a whole bunch of games throughout the year to drive ad revenue and make money. But sometimes these small quick fail games can be shallow. Definitely not always. There's some super amazing deep quick fail games out there. But when you're in a hurry, trying to get things done, even game jamming and things like that, like little simple games can just feel a little shallow. And when you're dealing with a client making games for them, and even like making games for Cartoon Network, people's expectations are generally higher. They're always higher than you would want. People always want more. And so this is going to show you how to get a little more out of your gameplay without breaking the bank. So for this example, I have made a pretend game to protect the innocent. I don't want to point fingers at any previous game that we've done in the past, but this exercise that we're going through is an exercise that we've done with, a couple hundred games probably at this point. So I've made up this game. It's called Dodge Disaster. You're moving down this little 3D runway. You press and hold right to dodge right. You press and hold left to dodge left. No input returns you to center. There's 10 points for every dodge, and let's say you can dodge up to 300 obstacles if you don't hit anything. So let's say you made this game and it's small and it's fun, and you show it to a client or you show it to players or you show it to like us at Cartoon Network. Maybe you didn't get paid a whole lot of money for it. Maybe you don't have a lot of time to make things better, but people are going to ask for more. Like, people always want more. Like, no matter what you do in games, people ask you to do more. And so a lot of times when this gets brought up, the knee-jerk reaction for more depth often translates into more content, right? And I always try to think of this as like, you need more cake, not more frosting, right? And so a lot of times when people say like, oh, we need more depth to the gameplay, people be like, oh, what if instead of just a little green pill, you can play as a blue pill? Or, more levels, or more enemies, or, all these different sort of just like content things. Or what I would call like decorators, right? Where it's like power-ups, like, oh, if you collect this power-up, you'll move faster, or get more points for a short period of time, or something like that. More backgrounds, or what if one of the pills is tall and skinny, and another one of the pills is like short and flat, and like these sort of like classes often get thrown around. But really, this is just more content. It's not more depth to the gameplay. I'm a super systems-oriented designer, probably to a fault, but that works for me well at Cartoon Network. But when you start talking about depth, and especially if you start just sort of like researching things on the internet, one of the first things that's going to jump up at you is Chris Crawford's book. When I first became a game designer, I was gripped with imposter syndrome like crazy, and tried to take a very formal approach and just read like every game design book I could find. And this is the first one I read. I think Chris Crawford is amazing, super smart guy. I would say he's maybe tilting at windmills a little bit with the narrative design stuff right now, but I'm going to stand on the shoulders of giants here and sort of add to what he has put forth for depth, which is verbs, right? What he's saying is the more verbs your game has, the more depth your game has. You know, if you can run and jump, that's great, but if you can run and jump and swim, that's even better. But, you know, the more verbs, the deeper the game. That's true, right? There's more systems for you to explore, there's more for you to do. However, it's very, very expensive from a developmental standpoint. You know, if we had to jump back to our dodging game and add swimming or flying or anything like that, that would be a ridiculous amount of development time. So, what I propose, building on his verbs, is adverbs. So, we're going to stick with one verb. Our only verb is dodge, right? Move left or right. We're just dodging, that's it. But what we're going to explore to add more depth to our game is how can we dodge? How are we going to modify this verb and make the game deeper? So there's a number of things you can do. You can dodge like accurately or quickly or dangerously or narrowly or consecutively or early. There's all these different things we can explore to see how we can make the game deeper on the cheap. Now, when we do this at Cartoon Network, when I've done this in the past on indie games, what we're trying to do is we're trying to foster replay, right? We want people to keep playing and keep playing and keep playing and feel like they haven't exhausted the gameplay of the game in a short period of time. One of our big goals, too, is we want this deeper gameplay, but with similar playtimes. And this is going to be true for any quick fail game, right? You don't want people to be like, oh, I played the game for 5 minutes and died and got an ad or an upgrade or whatnot, or just keep them in the loop of the game. You don't want people to be like, well, I'm good at the game now, and so I can play it for 45 minutes without dying. That's going to break the quick failness of your game. It's going to break the loop of upgrades you may have in your game. And if you have an ad-based game, it's certainly going to make you have a lot less ad impressions and make you less money. So how do we have all this depth but not elongate playtimes? And you want the depth to be hidden but discoverable. You don't want it to be in someone's face so much so that they feel like they're missing something out from the instant they start playing it. You want it to be discoverable in a subtle way. At Cartoon Network, we sort of call this lenticular design, which is a term I stole from some of the Magic the Gathering designers, which is, when you're looking at this game one way in the beginning, there's depth there, but you don't even notice it because you're worrying about the basics of the game. You're worrying about pressing right and pressing left and not hitting things. But as your view of the game starts shifting, you start seeing these newer aspects of the gameplay that you haven't really discovered yet. So we're going to take Dodge Disaster, and we're going to add a little bit of depth to it. So we still have the same thing, but we're adding this idea of a perfect dodge. And what this is if you dodge at the last second, right before you hit one of those posts, that's a perfect dodge. And doing this is going to increment a score multiplier by times 0.05 every single time you get one. So one perfect dodge is going to be 0.5, two perfect dodges is 1, 1.5, etc. And the score multiplier is going to reset if you don't get a perfect dodge or hit one of the posts. So my adverb for this is basically dodging, at the last second or kind of like dangerously. I've introduced sort of like a very classic game design risk reward, right? Where it's like the riskier I dodge, the more reward I'm going to get. And so if you're making a high score game, an interesting way to measure depth is measure what is your score delta between your lowest score possible and your highest score possible. So, I'm assuming that you can dodge 300, blocks in 3 minutes or something. And under the first design, the score delta is 0 to 3,000, right? If you played the game perfectly, you would get 3,000 points. But under this new design, now the score delta is 0 to 4.5 million. So you can sort of measure your depth, especially if you're making a high score game, by what is that score delta. So clearly, this is going to be significantly cheaper than adding a verb, right? You're not adding swimming, you're not adding flying. But this is not free. Because when you do this, there are some very important aspects that you have to tackle to make this work. And that is communicating the depth, right? And you want to do this in a subtle way because you want people to be able to play your game without engaging with the depth being absolutely required, right? Like I could play this game and just dodge all the little blocks and get to the end and, be perfectly happy that I got through it. And, I have a score. Maybe I don't know the context of scoring yet, but, I don't have to do it. So one of the things that we would do is sort of use like temporary UI elements that pop up when you get a perfect dodge, right? So when you get one of these last second dodges, a little perfect pops up for just a second, and your combo multiplier pops up on the side for just a moment as well. And, this is UI, but keep it as temporary UI, right? It shouldn't be something that combo multiplier shouldn't be there on the screen all the time. And, there shouldn't be some sort of like number of perfects as a permanent HUD element. And so you're going to want these, sort of UI elements, but then you also want like little elements around the post. So like I put this little blue footprint around the post to sort of, communicate to users like, oh, if you dodge inside this blue footprint, that's what's going to give you a perfect dodge. But if you're not worrying about that yet, it just looks like a blue decoration, right? It's not anything that's going to make people stick out until they know what they're doing, until they've reached that level of user sophistication when they're playing your game. So, and another way we can do this is you can grade the user at the end of the game, right? Like maybe they feel like they did great. But if you let them see sort of like a top scores, they may feel like they did well, but they scored 2,800, and against other users on the scoreboard, that's woefully low. And I always think it's pretty cool when you can have a game where people engage with it and they can play through it, and then they get to the end and they're like, wait, how on earth are people getting like 4 million in this game? That seems impossible. All right, now let me play again and see what I'm missing. And once they get past the basic understanding of your game, then they can start engaging with these deeper elements. And then they can start, being like, I get it now. I see what that perfect is. I see when I get 4 in a row, it starts this multiplier. So these can be really important elements too, especially in high score games, to show people how well they're doing. You can do this too with just non-multiplayer things where you just give people a grade, right? Like, oh, you got 2,800 at the end. That's a D, right? And then maybe show them that, getting rank S++ is over 4 million. So I keep talking through things and not actually stepping the slides. But there are some other cheap tricks you can do to sort of increase these score deltas and increase depth. One is just letting people make multiple runs of a single small mechanic and then summing those scores together. So let's say that one run in Dodge Disaster was very, very short. It only lasted like 30 seconds, right? But what you do is you let people make multiple 30-second runs and sum those scores together. Because what will happen is sometimes people will have really good runs, and sometimes they'll have poor runs. They'll make a lot of mistakes. But what sticks in players' heads is they're like, okay, I did one amazing run, and now I know if I can do 3 amazing runs and then sum all my scores together, I'm going to have a super, super amazing run and have a high score. And so that's one good way to just sort of like increase that score delta as well. Another thing too is like let people do actions while another action is taking place. And this is a really common thing that we do, especially in mobile games, where we don't want to add a bunch of controls, right? So it's stuff like, oh, well, if while I'm dodging, I tap the button again, maybe I can super dodge or break through one of the posts in a certain way or things like that. So again, it's this added element of depth and gameplay that you could do without adding more controls, without adding, I guess breaking through stuff is another verb, but it lets you add this complexity again that's like hidden and not really there for players until they move on to that level of sophistication and start experimenting. So when you're thinking about like, how do I make my game deeper? How do I make the gameplay last longer for the users? Don't necessarily think about like adding more stuff. You don't need more characters, you don't need more backgrounds, you don't need more verbs, right? You don't need all these things that are developmentally very expensive. Take the verbs that you have and think about how do you do it, right? Do you jump, at the last second? Do you jump in a really long distance? Do you jump and then double jump, right? Double jump's one of the most classic things ever. Same thing with attack, right? It's like attacking at the last second or attacking a lot of enemies in a row without taking damage, or doing things like that. Same things even with like collecting coins and stuff like that. It's like collecting a bunch of coins in a row, could give you some sort of bonus. And same things with shooting, right? Shooting's a really good one to mess with as far as like, and so many things are in place as far as like, okay, like how accurately do you shoot an enemy? How quickly do you shoot an enemy when they've come on screen? Maybe how far away is the enemy when you shot them? There's like all these sort of measurements of your verb you can add in that can create all this depth for users to explore as they become more and more sophisticated with your game. And that's the end. So I'm not exactly sure what we do for questions. Do we go into
I have to unmute my mics. That's what I have to do for questions. You got a bunch of questions popping up in the chats.
Okay, I can't see the screens, but here I'll stop my presentation.
I'll read them out to you. First of all, a lot of folks are loving the verb-adverb lens to see game design. I'm enjoying a lot too. So for my own Multi-Coon game, did very well. People saw it as a simple casual game. We added a lot of depth in there. So you could tweak everything about your marketing campaigns. You could tweak every little detail in the game. You have sliders pretty much for everything. But because we're marketing as a casual game, we hid it in layers of sub-screens. So no reviewers ever even mentioned it. But the fans who found it absolutely loved it. So we went way too far in hiding the depth in that game. So I really like your points about communicating depth. We had a number of good questions in Twitch. So, and praise for cat memes. Beanborg says, get my mic better. What Beanborg says, one thing I always make sure to have in quick, let's go to Kardic's question. Do you feel like escalating difficulty is akin to just add more content? Or do you think it is another way to create depth?
So difficulty is to me, there's maybe not two different kinds of difficulty, But often when I think of difficulty, I think of it in two ways. One way is like, are you just arbitrarily making the game harder? As in, like, do enemies attack faster? Do they do more damage? Do you have less health? And things like that. That's one type of damage, or one type of difficulty that I find to be just sort of frustrating and doesn't add depth. But there's a different kind of difficulty, which is, sometimes when you design a system, if you make the user have to engage with it to succeed, right? That can be certainly a type of difficulty, right? Maybe they skip the tutorial. Maybe they're not very good at that certain mechanic. Like an example would be like, let's imagine you have an enemy with shield, right? And you have an ability that can break shields. It's like, do you 100% make that enemy undefeatable unless you engage with the shield break mechanic? Or do you let users just bang away on that enemy? Eventually the shield will break and they can defeat the enemy, right? And so I think in the second case, that kind of difficulty, it is depth, right? It's like there is a system there, and you're choosing how much to force users to engage with it. And I can certainly see both sides of that, but like I think arbitrary difficulty isn't great for depth, but like, hey, I'm forcing you to engage with the system is depth. There's actually been times where I see games that have been criticized for being shallow, and really they're not. They are very deep. They're just not forcing users to engage with those systems to make the game easier. So that's kind of my take on difficulty and depth.
Yeah, and it's interesting. That's my Multi-Kun experience as well. We didn't force anyone to engage on that. It was there if they wanted to. And I'm still not sure if that was the right decision. Because many users never discovered this whole nother game that they could enjoy.
Yeah, it's a hard decision, right? And you can certainly see both sides of it. And I think it's one of those things, if you do force users to engage with a system that does create difficulty, then it's like the right thing to do, in my opinion, is go over the top with communication, right? That's the kind of time where you want to be like, okay, look, back to my previous example of like some sort of shield breaking mechanic. Your tutorial and your help needs to be sort of contextual and smart to be like, okay, look, this user has attacked a shield enemy 20 times without using the shield break mechanic. Maybe we should pop that tutorial hint back up again. They clearly didn't see it the first time or skip past it or whatever. Or just having really sound visual communication things in your game, right? Like, say for argument's sake, there's a rune you have to equip that has a big X on it, right? It's a big red X, and that's the rune that's, in your hotbar that you're not using for some reason. And then, like, the enemy in the game has a big red X on their shield, right? You try to make those kind of, deeper system engagements that do create difficulty just overly clear to users, so they should know what they're doing.
All right, we've got a question from a complete game industry noob, somebody named Jeremy Van Hooser. Yeah, never heard of this guy. What are some of the mistakes that designers make when trying to add depth to a small game, other than overscoping? Difficulty is certainly one of them, like difficulty for difficulty's sake. But really the number one challenge is just communication. Like communicating that like an enemy is about to attack, or communicating that a trap is about to go off. It's classic things in video games that a lot of us overlook, but
when people implement them, it's easier to make an enemy just walk up and attack you, right? Like that's easier to develop than like an enemy like walk up, and rear their hand back for a minute and blink 3 times and then attack, right? Or, having spikes just come up out of the ground as opposed to having like the ground, change color and like barely show the spikes coming up and then the spikes come up, right? And so it's that sort of over communication that makes, to me is one of the biggest mistakes that I know I have to point out with our vendors probably the most often.
All right, going back to Kardic's earlier question, he thanked you for the in-depth answer. We've got a question from Adam Wolf.
Adam Wolf.
Adam
I know
Wolf.
that guy.
Are you still player upgrade adverse? Is it the same as increasing difficulty without adding mechanics?
Here's and again, like, apologies to every developer that I'm a giant pain in the butt to. I don't like adding player upgrades that are just like you're 1% more powerful or even 10% more powerful. I don't like upgrading stats. I like upgrading abilities that change the way you play the game. There's a game that actually we're working on right now where it's funny. I didn't realize I was averse to upgrades like that for this long, but apparently I am. Where we did have some upgrades where people are like, "Oh, you become a little bit faster, you become a little bit more powerful," and one of the reasons that I don't like doing that is it's very difficult for users to feel it without it being really overpowered. And in big AAA games where you're playing for hundreds of hours, it's okay to let a user be upgraded and be really powerful for a little bit because they're probably going to hit some wall soon where that's just average, right? And it's very difficult in these quick fail games, especially when we want to keep play times really short and small, to give users that kind of feeling. And so I do still try to do stuff like, hey, instead of just making you like a little more powerful, what if like, when using my dodge disaster, right? Like what I would try to do is make things like, oh, well, maybe when you dodge, it drops a bomb, or another upgrade is like, oh, well, you can go from left to right without having to hit the middle road in between, and things like that truly change gameplay. It's like, yes, those are more expensive than stats, but you can find a way to do them that isn't that expensive, where it still radically changes gameplay. And one of the things we've been doing a lot lately too, and is sort of splitting the difference, which is I try to create upgrades that are either visually interesting and let people sort of choose whatever Cartoon Network character they like the best, or are system interesting and let you choose the way you play. However, buying those things will upgrade your normal player stats overall. So like, you buy this thing that lets you drop bombs, but every time you buy something, your power increases by 1%. So you're incentivized to buy everything, even if you're already comfortable in your playstyle and if you already have your most favorite character. So I've been trying to do a little bit of both lately to incentivize people on sort of both trajectories of upgrading. Sorry, that was a really long answer.
I think folks are enjoying the in-depth answer. I'll give you one more question, then we'll send you on into the Discord chat to field some more.
Okay.
Simon Hoff is one of our presenters. Said, very nice to see how Magic the Gathering design is still impacting general game design in other areas. How do you see this? How do you see this concept of verb adverb being applied to non-small/short games?
Oh, you know, it, you know, any sort of stuff. I mean, it still applies to all of these games. Like I just finished, I never work on giant AAA games, but I do enjoy playing them, and I just finished, God of War, and God of War had a lot of these interesting kind of upgrades that really follow along with this adverb, where they have a dodge, and they had like, oh, dodging at the last second does this, or they have like the axe throw, and then they had like, oh well, but if you call back the axe when this happens, something special happens. If you immediately throw the axe again the second you catch it, something interesting happens. So, they had sort of this interesting upgrade path with all these interesting abilities, but they were, it's like, it was all these things with the axe throw that just modified that verb. It was all these things with the dodge that just modified things with that dodge. And so all of this stuff still applies, and it actually ties nicely sort of back to what Adam asked about like upgrade paths, right? It's like there's room for this in these small games, but the big AAA space, there's still tons of room to do it, and it's really fulfilling, especially for like combat that remains relatively simple, but it still grows over the time of the game. And it's like you're not adding more verbs, you're adding more adverbs, and just letting people get better at the verbs they're already good at.
All right, Simon, hope you liked that answer to your question. I think all of you see why Brad has, for years, been a favorite GGDA and Siege speakers. His sessions are always some of our best attended. Thank you again, Brad. Please head over to the Discord general voice, if you would. And everyone, go heckle. ask him more questions right there. Great having you again, Brad. Much appreciated. Okay. Everybody, we're going to have a special surprise. Our next session is rather a short one. So what we're going to go ahead and do is replay one of our other Siege sessions before we get to it. So I'm going to give you a list of sessions. Vote for them in the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat, or the Discord, and we will choose one. So take your pick of either this morning's data security workshop, Kardec's Game Jam workshop, Aaron Hoffman's keynote from yesterday, Diego's presentation on the Galaxy Store, Robin Comans on intergenerational gameplay design, or Simon's on game design tectonics. Choose one of those, vote for it, and we will show one of them next. Okay, the game jam session is currently winning. Take a couple more minutes to get your votes in. And for everybody here, remember that Nick Lang will be sharing his game publishing framework, which I think will be invaluable for everyone, noobs and old grognards like myself. So vote now, vote often. All right, last minute to get your votes in. Game Jam is still winning, but there's now intergenerational game design coming up from the rear. Okay, votes are in.
All right. Hello, and welcome to our talk on how to succeed at jams without really trying. My name is Kartik.
I'm Eric.
And we are two parts of Finite Reflection Studios. So, if we're talking about how to succeed at a jam, we need to talk about what is success. And I think success is a very subjective term, and it depends on where you are in your life, what your skill level is, a lot of different aspects. How do you describe success, especially when it comes to a jam?
When it comes to a jam, you don't really think of success as winning or being the best at a jam. Success is, like Kartik said, supposed to be like personal to you, as well as finishing a game.
Yeah, I think that's one goal that everybody in a jam on your team can agree on, is that your goal should be that you're going to at least finish your game. The way you go about that might be different. Like, for instance, some of my goals in the past have been to just do all the art in the game, or to learn how to use Blender and use that to create all the 3D models for a game. Well, how would you describe some of the goals that you've had in the past for a jam?
Well, when you do a jam, you want to go in with a personal goal, something that you want to do. And it's fine if your personal goal is just, I'll be a part of a team that finishes a game. That's fine. But if you want to do something further than that, you need to decide what you can achieve in the time of the jam, and then talk with the rest of your teammates if you have a team, and make sure that your goals also line up with their goals. Otherwise, that game won't be made, and that's a goal not met.
Or the game will be made and your team will have just fought the entire time and it just won't be fun. So you want to make sure definitely that your goals don't invalidate or cause other people to not be able to accomplish their goals at the same time. So you've figured out your goals. This you hopefully did even before you arrived at the jam. Well before you have thought about this and factored it into what your plans are. But now that the jam is about to start, you want to make sure that you have planned out what kind of tech you're going to have and what kind of software you're going to bring and how you're going to use it. Make sure that it's installed and running, and you don't need to like update your computer at the last second when the jam starts, 'cause that's just going to waste a whole lot of time. How do you get ready for a jam?
Well, it depends on your goal, but for me, when I'm coding, what I want to make sure I'm doing is not spending precious jam time doing things that I could have done ahead of time. And these are things that I wouldn't have got out of the jam anyway. Setting up a GitHub repo, installing software, writing the same piece of code I've written 1,000 times is not beneficial for me and for what I want to learn. And so I want to make sure to get all of that kind of setup work done and tested even ahead of the jam, provided that whatever I've written or am bringing falls within the rules that whatever the jam says is okay or is not okay.
Right. There's one, of course, thing that you can always do, regardless of any type of jam, which is plan your self-care schedule for the jam. Because it's going to be a marathon of a lot of coding and a lot of work and a lot of arting and whatever else you're going to be doing on this jam. You want to make sure that while you're doing all these things, you are doing it in a healthy way and you're not pushing yourself beyond your limits and wasting time worrying about, oh, where are we going to get food from? Are we planning on sleeping at this location-based jam, or are we planning on cooking during this time? All those little questions, if you can plan them out before you start the jam, you can worry less about it during the jam and end up feeling a lot more healthy and a lot less hungry. And I think another thing that you want to do is set someone to be the project lead. Now, this is assuming you have a team going into the jam. If you don't have a team going into the jam, you can do this after the jam has started. That's fine. But the way that I think of a project lead isn't someone who's there to be a creative leader or creative designer who's saying, do this way, do that way, and got a tight noose around the entire project. Their role is more to just be accountable, be the person who holds everyone accountable. Be the person to say, hey, Eric, like we talked 2 hours ago, you said you were finishing the AI over here. How's that going? And if you avoid the more ego part of being a project lead, you'll be fine. You won't have to worry about too much team conflict when you have someone trying to control everything at once. So yeah, now the jam has begun. You have got your team together, you got all your equipment and stuff ready, and you all know what your own goals are, but now the theme is announced, and now you have to come up with what you're actually going to make. How do you do your brainstorming?
Well, the very first thing you got to do is just start throwing out all ideas, no matter what they are, because even some idea that you don't go with in the end could be the jumping off point that you use to get to the idea that you actually are making your game out of. So there's nothing at this point that's bad. Everything is on the table, everything's open for discussion. There doesn't have to be any thought behind what you said whatsoever, as long as ideally it lines up with the theme. However, we found that what's not fun is to be making the same game as like 6 or 7 other teams also in this jam. So generally, it's a good idea to try to avoid being too on the nose with the theme, and also being so far away from the theme that when people ask what the theme was and you tell them, they don't look at you like, what are you, do you understand what the theme means?
Yeah, and also when you're coming up with these ideas, you want to make sure that they are playing to your team's strengths. That if you don't have a sound designer on your team, that you don't go and make a rhythm game, or that you don't go and make a game that is based on sound at all. If you have more artists than developers, then play to that strength. How can you utilize the artist as much as possible and not overburden the programmer with having to do a really involved RTS or something like that? And the other thing that I like to do when I'm doing brainstorming is, so I imagine brainstorming as like a tree. And when you start out, you got the trunk of the tree is the theme, and everyone sort of has like these random little offshoot ideas that are these individual things. And what tends to happen in a good brainstorming session is one person shouts out a random, maybe half-baked idea, and everyone else kind of piggybacks off the idea and says, oh, what if it did this? Oh, what if it had this mechanic? And then you can imagine that as like the branches of the tree continuing to branch out further and further away from the root of this tree. Once you reach the end, you usually end up with a really cool idea, and an idea that you might want to just, great, let's start making it right now. But you want to be careful, you want to be cautious about jumping to that idea too quickly, because there may be many other ideas that you just haven't taken the time to explore. So that's why I wrote backtrack and branch, because once you've gotten that, you want to write that down and make sure you don't forget it, and write down all the details that you got to their point, and then backtrack, back up that branch, back up all the way that you came from all those piggybacks, and then try a completely different direction. Force yourself to say, okay, we've really tried to talk it through. What if it was a platformer? Let's go another direction. What if it was a first-person shooter? I don't know. And push your team to think creatively in other directions. What you may discover is, nope, platformer it is. That was the best idea. Or you may discover, actually, we didn't realize we were going to have this much fun making this other genre game. So it's an important way to make sure that you have a nice variety in your list of games. And what do you do once you have that list of games?
So once you have the list, it's time to narrow it down and pick one that you're going to try to stick with. So you can do that using a few techniques. One, how feasible is the idea you're going to make? It could sound really cool to make a first-person shooter platformer puzzler that also has augmented reality built in, but it's not very feasible. So cut that one onto the next one. When you're discussing as a team the idea, a certain idea, you need to talk about what you individually could do on it and how it meets your goals, and then if it also meets collectively the team's goals. Yeah. And then the last thing is, are you excited about it? Because people want to work on a game that they're excited for and not have it feel like a chore or work that they have to do.
Mm-hmm. And I think one of the key things about feasibility that can determine whether or not it is the most feasible idea is if you're able to make a prototype out of it in under 2 hours. Those first 2 hours, when I say first, I mean actually after you've done your brainstorming, 2 hours after you've done brainstorming, and once you've picked your idea, those 2 hours should be spent just getting a boxy, untextured, no art prototype done. And by done, I mean within that amount of time you want to be able to pick up a controller or a keyboard and mouse and start moving about and start being able to do things in your game. And it should feel good, and it should feel fun already. Now it's a tough skill to be able to make a prototype in 2 hours, let alone a fun prototype in 2 hours. But even if you're a more novice game developer, you should be able to get a feeling, a sensation about, hey, you know what, even though this is just 100 boxes, I can see where this is going. And if you don't think that you can do a prototype in 2 hours of your concept might be too complicated to complete in 48 hours. What else do you think about when you're making your first prototype?
Well, I mean, the prototype feeling good is very important, because most of the time what we've learned is if the initial prototype didn't feel good, it doesn't matter what art or fancy graphics or whatever else you throw in there, it's still going to not feel good even if it looks better than just a box. But to get to that point, it's fine if you have bad code in your project. At this point, it's a game jam. It's going to happen. It should happen so that you can be moving faster, because you would want to spend 1 to 2 hours, hard coding things, putting a bunch of references everywhere, instead of 6 to 7 hours building a proper database and structure of your game, and then finding out that the game doesn't work and you need to scrap it.
Yeah, and speaking of scrapping what you have, this is your really one and only opportunity to do so. You can't afford to do this 4 or 5 or further hours into the jam because at that point you've really lost too much time to be able to finish a quality game. The sooner you're able to get this prototype and playtest it with your teammates, the sooner you're able to discuss and see, okay, either this is absolutely not good and we need to pick another one of the ideas that we had, or it's okay, here's some ideas that we have to sort of finagle the idea to make it a little bit more feasible, or maybe make it a little bit more fun. Or, hey, you know what? We did it. This prototype is gold. We know exactly where this is going to go. And if you're not able to play it as soon as possible, it's probably a clear sign that maybe this idea wasn't the right one. So now you've gotten past that step. You've got your prototype done. You definitely got your idea sort of solidified, and you can start to see the long-term goal of what this finished thing is going to look like. But you have to break that down into tiny little steps to be able to get there. And I think one of the most common mistakes that I see in some jam teams is a hyper focus on that plan and on all those steps and trying to actually manage this like a real game project, which it's not. It's a jam project. You can't manage it like a real project. So what we recommend is to plan only one step ahead. How do you do that?
Well, you have to plan steps that you can easily achieve in order to plan more steps. So what that would mean is if you have a wave-based shooter, the first step would be, can you get a player who is on the screen and can shoot? If you did that, great. Now you can go to the next step. And the next step may be getting an enemy, not even an AI that dodges your bullets and shoots you, but just an enemy that can be shot. Once that works, then maybe get a bunch that can be shot and then can also spawn in different waves to make it a wave-based shooter. Taking it one step at a time helps you follow the fun and see what feels good. Because if you spend, again, the whole time planning kind of the entire architecture of this whole game, then yes, maybe right at the very end, you do have a wave-based AI system and a player that can shoot. But if it's not fun, then you spend a lot of time doing that instead of figuring out what you could have done instead to make the game fun.
Right, and it is a lot easier to follow the fun when you're only worrying about the very next step. If you're sitting there at the very, very beginning of the jam worrying about, to use an example, the complex AI and how they're going to move, none of that matters until you've completed all the prerequisites to get to that point. And the other great thing about doing only one step at a time is that you have no idea what direction the game may suddenly take a turn at. One of the most recent jams that we did, the core game concept revolved around a mechanic that ended up just never getting implemented because we ran out of time, but also because we found something else fun in the game that we didn't anticipate while playtesting. And we just sort of ended up focusing on that one thing that we knew was fun instead of thinking, oh, but we planned to do this at the beginning, so we have to do this. Well, you don't. If what you have right now is fun, just focus on that. Don't worry about the other thing. How do you make sure you get those individual tasks done?
So you really need to time box each step that you're working on. It's important that when you are talking with your team and you splitting up tasks and deciding what you're going to do, that you also decide when you're going to meet back up with each other, or at least have just a quick check-in to say, hey, I said I was going to get wave spawning stuff working in an hour, and then if someone comes back to you and they say, how's it going? And if you did good, then you can move on to the next step. And if not, then maybe you need to reevaluate what you're working on, make a new plan, or just if you need more time and that is feasible at that point in the project, then that's okay too. But at least you know. So you're going to want to just repeat that process throughout the whole jam until the game is done.
Mm-hmm. The worst thing that could happen is that someone goes off to do a core part of the game and no one decided, hey, like no one mutually decided with that person, hey, we're going to meet in 2 hours and discuss how you're doing on that. And then suddenly it's the end of the jam and they're like, hey, did you ever end up doing those enemies? And they're like, oh, I got stuck on this one thing I didn't know how to do. And then someone else on the team's like, I knew how to do that. I could have helped you. We could have talked about it. Those things really suck when it happens, but it happens a lot. And this is a kind of case where having a project lead can really help in making sure that someone's just checking in and that you're utilizing all your available resources to make sure your game is getting finished. But before your game can be finished, most jams are about 48 hours or so, sometimes more, sometimes less. But no matter how long or short they are, you probably need to eat and or sleep and or hydrate yourself at some point during this process. What kind of self-care habits do you make sure you take care of during a jam?
Just making sure that you eat complete meals. It's okay to snack, but you can't only snack. Stay hydrated, get plenty of water. Really know yourself and know when it's time to stop working. For me, I know that once I hit a certain point, I start feeling that I'm on a slow decline, and so I know that I need to wrap up what I'm doing and go to bed. And then plan to wake up at a reasonable time the next day as well, so that I can continue my work and not waste jam time by sleeping it away, and not waste jam time by underperforming at my task because I'm so sleep deprived I can't think.
Right. And that's an important part too in taking care of yourself, is communicating to your team members about when and how your self-care routine is going to work, and reminding them to take care of themselves as well. You might see, a teammate who is saying, "Oh, you guys go to sleep. I'm gonna stay up and finish the system, and then when you guys wake up, I'll do this." No, you gotta make sure that you're staying in contact with your team and encouraging each other to take care of yourselves. Everyone has their own limits, of course, but everyone's human. Everyone has pretty reasonable limits. If someone hasn't slept at all and it's been over 24 hours, that's a clear sign that someone needs to intervene and say, "Listen, the game will be fine. Go sleep. It'll be okay." And if you do end up needing extra time away, just make sure you've communicated to your teammates that, "Hey, I woke up. I told you guys I was going to come in at 8 a.m., but that's just not going to happen. I'm going to need a little bit longer. Can someone else cover this thing I was supposed to do?" If you don't communicate to your team, no one can know what needs to be resolved and who needs to take care of what. So yeah, you have officially made it to the last 8 hours or so of the jam, the last 10% of the jam, and you have a game? Question mark? What do you do in the last 8 hours of a jam?
So at this point, it's time to stop adding new things, period, and look at the game and see the state. Can you play it? Does it work? And not, does someone have to force close the game to get out of the level that they just played? That's not a good thing. You need to be able to play the game and not get stuck, and have your core game done. So at that point, if you don't have that, or even if you have that and you're planning further things still, it's time to cut what you don't need and salvage what you can, so that your game is still the game jam game. And you want to do that until you get to that state where you have a game that can be started, played, and finished.
Yeah, and it can be very painful to cut and salvage things from your game, because whatever gets cut, somebody worked pretty hard on it, and it matters a lot to that individual. But this is something that you need to discuss with your team and make sure that everyone is on the same page about it, and that everyone understands the ultimate goal is finishing a game. It doesn't matter how long I spent designing this really cool enemy. Maybe it has all these animation and all these other things. If there's no code for it to work in the game at all, these last hours are not the time that you want to spend adding that one enemy in, when the amount of value and fun it's going to add to the game is only so much. And similarly, if someone's spent a whole lot of time trying to implement this complicated AI system on how the enemy is going to attack you and all that stuff, and you're down to 8 hours and it's just got bugs in it, or it's just not feeling very fun, you're going to have to cut it. You just have to delete that code and write a much simpler version of that, salvage it into a simpler version, so that the game is fun and playable. And that should just be on everyone's mind in those last 8 hours, is playable, playable, playable. Not, "Oh, what about that goal? Oh, what about that goal? Oh, did we finish that idea? Oh, hey, that last bit still needs to get plugged in." If it hasn't gotten plugged in by this point, you're probably going to cause more trouble and more issues by trying to do that for a second. And then once you've reached the last 4 hours, what do you do then?
So now it's time to playtest the game. Make sure that it is fun. And this is you playtesting it a little bit, but also getting other people to play it and seeing what is either obviously wrong that you can easily fix, or what bugs pop up. And when I say things that are obviously wrong, I mean things that were not obvious to the player playing your game. So little pieces of text that you can just add on the screen, or if someone says, I can't see because the colors are way too bright, then maybe dialing back some of the colors or brightness in your game. Simple things like that, so that you can really just polish up and finish your game.
And no matter how good you may think you are at QA, you'll be surprised how often a developer will make a game and realize, oh, I never thought someone would turn left over here and crash the game. I had no idea that was going to happen.
They did.
So you really want to make sure that you get at least one person who hasn't been in the development team to just launch, play it, and let you know what needs fixing. And once you've gotten that done, or hopefully maybe even during the time that this is happening, always make sure you've got one person also working on your submission page. Most game jams require you to have some sort of submission page where you submit your game, whether it's on itch.io or the Global Game Jam. They tend to require having either a video or some screenshots at least of your game. And you want to make sure that you actually spend a little bit of time and care on those things. If it is a competitive jam, those elements can make or break your game. If you don't have decent screenshots to showcase the amazing game that you've made, maybe not as many people will play and rate it. If you don't have an engaging bio written about it or about your team, they may not take the game seriously. So you want to make sure that you haven't left too many things to the last second, especially things completely out of your control, like the entirety of itch.io going down, or the Global Game Jam site not being able to handle too many uploads all at once. Make sure that you have factored those critical last second things into account to make sure that all this hard work that you've done actually gets submitted and played by other people. And once you've done that, once you've submitted it, you're done. And you get a chance to treat yourself and hang out with your team and celebrate what it is that you've made, and make sure that you do celebrate what you've made, by the way. I think it's easy afterwards to be able to focus on what didn't get done, because a lot will not get done. A lot of the stuff that you thought about during or before the jam, you won't be able to fully accomplish. But if you did that first step correctly, if you set those clear and concise goals that determine your success, chances are you at least accomplished some amount, if not all of your own goals, and you should celebrate that and celebrate your teammates' ability to complete their own goals as well. What else do you recommend doing after jam's over?
So what's really fun and helpful even is going into the Jam's website that you were a part of and playing other people's games. You'll find that a lot of times the more you play people's games, the more likely they are to play your game as well. And then what you have is just a really cool feedback loop of playing games and then both giving and receiving feedback. And it's been a trend lately for people to stream themselves playing other people's game jam games, and it's been a fun time doing that too.
And this is, he already mentioned it, but it's a good opportunity to grow from this. It's a good place to kind of reflect on the jam and your experiences in it and what you can do to improve so that hopefully the next time you do a jam, it will be even better. If you just submit and then pass out and just ignore the results of the jam and ignore everyone else's games, chances are you're not going to learn anything valuable to be able to grow from for the next time around. So make sure you do spend a little bit of time to just reflect on that. So that is all we have to discuss about succeeding at jams. Thank you everyone for coming to our talk, and we should be hanging out in the Discord chat, wherever it is, to answer some questions. Bye.
Thank you, Carter K and Eric, for recreating that presentation exactly as you gave it before. That is what I call professionalism, everybody. All right. We always focus on education at Siege as well as on your design efforts. So this year, we're very happy to have a new speaker with us, Wes Nafar Bird. He is not only with Skulls, which makes very cool clothes for esports competitors, but he is with the, let me make sure I get the name right, the Georgia Scholastic Esports Foundation. That's a real thing, because what we're finding is that esports and education are more and more going hand in hand. Essentially, what we're seeing on both the college and the high school level is that esports competitors really are the students that schools want. They have a strong affinity for technology. They have a passion for what they do. And they understand working in teams, which is really becoming a hard-to-find skill. So, Wes, thank you for joining us today. He will be here in chat. Do not hesitate to ask him questions. And let's take a look at some of his thoughts on esports and education.
Hey everybody, we're here to talk about education through esports, and I'm here with GCEF is the organization that I've helped found here in the state of Georgia. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but we really want to kind of focus on how to get kids educated and how you can use esports to do that and why. And to help with that conversation, I have with me a guest, Chris Aviles, and I'm going to add him here. There we go. Hey, Chris, how's it going?
Hey, thank you for having me.
Yeah, Chris is the founder and president of Garden State Esports, and he's started up this program in the good Garden State. And why don't you tell me all about it?
Yeah, so it's been a pretty wild ride. About 3 years ago, I started the first middle school esports team in the country after a lot of years of trying to bring esports to the schools I've been working at here in New Jersey. But we were able to launch that 3 years ago. And being the only middle school, is hard to find other competition. So slowly, I was able to reach out to some educators I knew and onboard them. We played some of, the first middle school matches, both in New Jersey. We played some matches against teams from other states, and, that got a lot of really positive press. And so we were on NBC and PBS and a couple other places. And from that positive press, a lot of schools from around the country reached out and kind of said, how can we do this too? So that second year, I had started a league, of those teams who were interested from around the country. And we had about 60 teams at the time. We had a great season that year. And then when it came to year 3, one of the things I did was kind of formalize and finalize this process of bringing on, bringing esports teams, through the pipeline of, board approval, getting coaches, starting a team, bringing in the kids, picking games. And that's what Garden State Esports is. Garden State Esports is our nonprofit that is dedicated to making sure every school in New Jersey has and sees the benefit of esports and education.
Awesome. Well, we've started up something similar here in the state of Georgia as the Georgia Scholastic Esports Foundation. And between myself and some other entrepreneurs in the esports space, and just to introduce myself a little bit, I'm Wes Bird, am CEO of Skulls Incorporated, and we do merch and outfit teams, but I'm very passionate too about youth and kids and doing what's right and educating kids in this, and so it really made a good sense to start up GCEF to be what you guys are doing for the Garden State in the state of Georgia. And so, not really knowing the education piece of it, you're the pro at the education piece, but we kind of reached out and clung to NASEF because they had the same concept and same ideas, and really I felt aligned with how they were presenting that and focusing on education.
Yeah, and both of our stories kind of speak to the power of esports and education. And, Wes, NASEF, the North American Scholastic Esports Federation, is kind of doing this work on a global scale.
Mhm.
Started, they were born out of the Orange County school system. From there, they started to kind of act like the governing body for esports and education, kind of K-12, similar to the NCAA or NACE might be in the college world. And I've been with them for years now. And since then, they've brought on Mexico, they've brought on Japan. And so they're kind of expanding this global view of what esports and education looks like. But where people like you and I come in, we're people that they have tapped to run things on a state level. And so just like GCEF, Garden State Esports, we're the governing body of esports in education for New Jersey. And like you said, making sure it's done right and making sure that we are using esports to teach kids the things we want them to know. Because Wes, here's the big secret. Hopefully there's no kids listening, but esports isn't about gaming. It's really not. When I talk to parents, when I talk to boards of education and other educators, when I'm trying to get them to see the vision for what esports and education is all about, it has very little to do with gaming, right? We know that gaming can provide similar traditional values as sports. As somebody, I've coached football, wrestling, and track here in New Jersey for 12 years at a varsity level, and I've played sports my entire life. I can tell you the teamwork, leadership, communication, understanding of what it means to sacrifice yourself for the greater, good of the team, all of that can be taught through esports. And so as much as I have learned on an athletic field, right, I have students on my team and students in my league that are learning just as much about those things using video games. And, nice. And Wes, what we always talk about is this idea that traditional sports is not for everybody. There's a lot of different reasons. Some students may have a physical disability or a learning disability that maybe makes that not impossible, or maybe they just don't have the interest, or even from a size factor. I have students on my team that are just not physically big enough. But esports provides for them that team, that competition, that sense of belonging that traditional sports often fills for students. So we're talking about bringing a lot of kids in that maybe don't have what I call the homeschool connection. And then, we're using the video games to teach those traditional values, teamwork, leadership, communication. But, the beautiful thing that we can do with esports is we can bring in so much more than that. So, I know you're just as passionate as, the founder of Skulls about career and technical education, right? Getting kids to see different pathways, whether it's into the military or college and then into the workforce and beyond. Esports is fantastic when it comes to giving kids hands-on experience with these very lucrative jobs that are out there, because everybody's saying STEM, STEAM, this is the future. You're talking about esports being the fastest growing industry in the world, and this is where many of those jobs are going to be. So what are you seeing and doing in GCEF when it comes to the career and technical side as an entrepreneur? Because I'm a classroom teacher, so you probably even have a different perspective on it from that side.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And, for me, in this case, this is where I want the kids to hear, where, we might use games as a shiny object to educate them. I like to see the education piece or esports being used to educate kids and how to become professionals in the space, because, from that we can, from using esports, we can teach kids how to be professionals in a lot of different ways. And I'm going to, share a graph here on the screen. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. So yeah, let's do this. There we go. So this graph I really love, and it's something put together by NACEF originally, and it's so. For me, this is what really hooked me from being an entrepreneur and a business guy. We see these kids and we take them in a program, and you can use this in schools. And this is what I really love about the whole idea of educating kids through esports, is because, I like the concept of not just using esports as a sport in school. You have you can have football and baseball and basketball and all the different sports, and kids are athletes in those sports. But with esports, a lot of schools are using them like sporting programs, and that's great. But it could be so much more. And what NASEF offers is a kind of a curriculum to help build out skill sets that are all inclusive around esports. And so if you look at the middle of the graph where you have the player, and really kind of the next level out being, okay, well, you can categorize people as content creators or organizers and strategists and entrepreneurs. And even over here where you have like, software developers and shoutcasters and streamers and journalists and fandom, art, media, these are jobs and careers that kids who might not be, like you said, 6'8", or fit to do a particular sport. You can take, a kid and put them in this program, and they could become a software developer or a journalist, and they can use the esports program in, kind of as an internship, to learn how to do those things. And as an entrepreneur in the space for GSEF, that's what we want to do for the Georgia State students who are in the program. We can award like internships, or hey, work with a professional. Oh, you're a graphic designer, you're a visual artist or a videographer, and you want to learn how to do that as a profession and through esports. Well, let's let you spend a day with with somebody that does that on a for their job. And we have that capability of doing that. And so, more. Yeah.
I love how you as an entrepreneur are seeing that marriage of, educators in the class teaching students, but then your role being to provide those opportunities of internships and, professional contacts and stuff like that. I mean, that's really a great model for how for-profit companies can support esports and education. I could tell you from the education side, right in the classroom, I'm doing something similar. We have our esports team, those players at the center, but we are surrounding our players, right, with these additional career and technical education roles. So for instance, my students do all the event organization. They do all the marketing via social media. My kids run the streams, and I even take it a step further when we talk about being cross-curricular in education. For me, that's a huge passion, because it doesn't make sense to learn all these things in a silo and don't think they apply or can be merged together. So I've been working with my team in New Jersey to expand that graphic. We have aligned that graphic to what New Jersey has when it comes to career and technical education standards. And I can tell you, even on top of what you said, I have a team podcaster, I have a team webmaster, I have a general manager who, does all the stat keeping. I have a team statistician. I have casters on my team. So there's just so many opportunities to take the esports ecosystem, right? What we call all those jobs in and around that gaming industry. Because the reality is, kids may try to become a professional gamer. It's probably not going to happen, right? It's not easy. But what we can do is use that passion for gaming to expose them to these different careers. And so, what's even cooler though is, my players sometimes fill those roles, right? Marketer, stuff like that. But I have kids on my team who actually don't want to play the game. They actually want to be involved in the technical side of things.
Yeah.
So my casters, don't necessarily play. My team podcaster or, my team statistician, they're not players. Right? They're students who are there being part of something, being part of, this club with their friends, having all that positive social peer interaction, but they're also getting hands-on experience of, in the case of a statistician, collecting data and then interpreting data. I have a kid who just loves to scout other teams and say, oh, watch out for this kid, or this kid does that. So there's just so many different careers that we can provide hands-on experience through esports, right? and it's not, it's not the team, right? It's always the team behind the team. And, there are scholarships in esports for your skill in a game. But what we're seeing more of, Wes, at the college level are colleges that are giving scholarships around, right, that esports ecosystem. I always like to talk about Chris Haskell, who's the head coach at Boise, close friend of mine, runs probably one of the best programs in the country. He uses his scholarship money to hire a team journalist and hire a production manager. And if you've ever seen or you Google Boise State's esports arena and the production side, it's like a TV studio.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And so to have that key student making all those parts run and getting paid for that is fantastic, right? If you talk to Doc Haskell, he'll tell you that that team journalist, their team is only going to be successful if people know about it. And so they're promoting and, using that team journalist to spread the word of esports. So he could give those to players, but he found that his program is more beneficial, right? Giving to key, people like that. I'll also mention UC Irvine, right? Mark Deppy and his crew, they have scholarship students on their team that are, in majoring in exercise science. And their scholarship comes from the fact that they are the nutrition coaches and, athletic coaches of their esports team, who are required to work out in the morning and eat healthy, because we know that there's a connection, between sleep, exercise, and diet when it comes to performance. So we're talking about even wrapping some of that stuff up in esports, right? Social emotional learning with the traditional skill sets of communication and leadership. You're talking about health and wellness, diet and exercise can be taught through esports, on top of all these amazing careers that we are giving kids hands-on experience to. And again, this is the fastest growing industry in the world. Right? This is only going to get bigger. People don't realize that the video game industry makes more than the movie industry and the music industry combined every year. Microsoft just bought Bethesda, which is a video game studio, and they paid more money for Bethesda than they did for Star Wars and Marvel combined. That's what this esports ecosystem is all about. And so I think if we're serious about STEM and STEAM and future employment and career education, esports has to be part of every school's, program, because you're bringing those kids in that don't have a home, possibly. You're giving them, again, those positive social interactions with peers around, something they care about, gaming, and you're showing them a pathway, military, right, college, so that they can then wind up in one of these lucrative jobs. So, I mean, I think between the work in Garden State Esports and GCEF and some of the other amazing NACEF affiliates, these grassroots education, these grassroots organizations run by educators and partnered with, for-profit people like you, Wes, and Skulls, who get it. This is really what it should be. This is what it should look like. And, the first esports team that I know of was a high school esports team. Don Wettrick started this would be 6 years ago now. We're in our infancy.
Yeah.
Right. We're in our infancy. This will be a varsity sport in every state, in no time. And so I just think it's so powerful that we continue educating our students, right? And one of those options being esports.
Absolutely, and I think it's a no-brainer for every school that has kids. Well, that's that's all of them. They should have an esports program. And why? It's not about playing video games. It's about raising up the next generation of entrepreneurs and positive influences on our society, and to learn how to interact with each other and work together as a team. And I really think that this right here, this diagram, if schools take on this program, the esports program, and turn it into a business, and let the kids run that business, let those, teach the kids, okay, well, you need a manager, you need a marketing team, you need technical team, and let's get these people in these areas, and and basically, I guess, vote in leaders of different groups, or however it works. Just make it like a business, and raise entrepreneurs and professionals in the space, and kids will love it, enjoy it, and have fun, and take ownership of it. And all the admin has to do in the school is just kind of supervise and watch these kids do amazing things. And I think esports is unique in that way, and I really don't know of very many other programs that you can do that with. And so,
absolutely, I think we're onto something here, Wes. I think we're onto something.
yeah, that's it. It was all our idea, but yeah. So if you guys are out there and you are a student or a teacher, and you want to get involved and get your school involved in esports and how to make it work for you, check out a state-based organization like Garden State Esports or GCEF, or on a national scale, NACEF. Check those organizations out, and I think you'll be glad you did. All right. Well, thanks, Chris, and talk to you guys later.
Thank you.
All right, and we are live with Wes Nafar Bird here in the GGDA COVID socially distant studios. Thanks for that great presentation, Wes. Say something quickly about skulls. And why am I not picking up your audio? Are you muted, Wes? There we go. It wasn't me this time, everyone out there.
I did it. Oh, man.
All right, so tell us something about skulls.
Let's try again. Well, yeah, we've been around for about 20 years doing playing games and hosting LAN parties, and raised my kids in this. And I actually met my wife. Her first date was at a LAN party.
Perfect.
And
I met mine at a gaming convention too.
There you go. So yeah, we've been at this for a long time, but we decided to turn into a business, and we started creating merch and gear, and thought we'd just kind of make a name brand and create some awesome stuff for teams. And we've been focusing on esports and targeting like teams in schools and high schools and colleges and pro teams. Been doing a lot of cool gear like these things back here.
Excellent.
And other things.
So here in Georgia, we are working on a curriculum for high school esports, not just for the competition. Georgia High School Association already has that. This is for teaching the skills that go along with it and around it. The broadcast, community management, all of these areas. And one of the interesting parts of those discussions, Wes, I don't know if you've seen this as well, is that it all really seems to be focusing on how do you create an effective community around what you do. And it's fascinating. We talk about traditional sports. If we're teaching football, we're teaching how to play, we're teaching how to coach, maybe teaching broadcast. We're not teaching how to build a football community. But with esports, even with the curriculum we're doing, it is, how do you be a community manager? How do you get the social media side going? How do you have an interactive live stream? How do your shoutcasters do things? How do the players interact with everybody? How do you be a good player? Because if you're an idiot in esports, no team's going to hire you no matter how good you are. What do you think? Is that really, is that the focus of what an esports curriculum should have?
Well, getting the kids involved and teaching them all the different ways that they can be professionals in this space is really cool, because, like you said, I mean, being in esports, more than just about development and being a game developer, and that's a really cool thing to do, and that draws a lot of attention. But some people just aren't programmers. Some people might be really good with video cameras, or wanted to get in videography or journalism. And with the onset of like Twitch and the social media, it's just, you're right, building up a community is important for your team and for the success of your organization. And it certainly opens up a lot of different avenues for kids to learn and do things for their school team that could be helpful and useful in college, and also be beyond college into a career.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting because I can't think of anything else in school that really prepares you for creating a community. Student government doesn't prepare you to create it. Working on the yearbook doesn't really prepare you to create it. This would be the only thing. And in my mind, how you interact with your community and how you build one around you is one of the core skills of the 21st century. We are not teaching anywhere. And I think esports really has a lead role in that capacity. So that's
Absolutely.
my soapbox.
Be an administrator, learn how to be, create your Discord servers, and there's a lot of technology in all of that, with the plugins and the different things you can do and the permission levels. And, that's the great thing for a tech team to do. And just kind of developing that community aspect of things can have a team, a team of marketing people and technical people. And so I just really like the idea of a club and in a school being a business, and having departments and areas of expertise, and letting kids, we're all human, and every one of these kids have talents, and everybody's different. So one person's talent is different than another's, but in this world of esports, that doesn't alienate anyone. Where you like we had talked about in the video about, being 6'8" is the benefit of, playing basketball or being really good at that or something. But, it doesn't matter what you're good at. If you have a particular drive in anime art or shooting video, taking pictures, or I keep going back to those things because that's what my mind gravitates to. I'm a visual guy. But
if you can do a good tweet or build a tweet cart, you're ready.
Yeah, and the social media and marketing, and even down to the products. So like we have shirts and hats and different things. You could get into retail. It's a whole world that you can build around. And so if you have a team in your school that's an esports club that's 5 people, which I doubt will ever happen, because I guarantee you any school that says, all right, sign up for the esports program, anyone who wants to do that, you're not going to have like 5 kids show up. It's going to be like half the school is going to show up and sign up for that. And you're going to be like, what do we do with like 100 kids? Well, you can create a business with 100 kids. I'm telling you, that's a pretty good labor force. And you could. That's right.
Got my daughter programming in Scratch already to make money.
And if they own it and they feel like it's theirs, and that's the cool part about it. They can figure out how to make that go. And so from an organization, what we can do is kind of mentor those clubs and say, well, here's, and the curriculum that's handed down gives some some assignments that might be that can actually help with normal school classes like English, or so the thing might be write a paper on this esports team or this video game, and why this particular character is this way or that way. Anyway, so it gives the opportunity for kids to do a lesson that is beneficial for their education, that is also kind of in the world of gaming, and that could ultimately be inside of some job that's blogger or a journalist or something in that case.
Yeah, esports, like game development itself, very interdisciplinary in nature. So many roles that are involved. All right, Wes is going to be in our Discord chat. Appreciate you being here today. Like Arson JPEG said, great info. Thank you. We're going to go to the intergenerational game design video again as a courtesy to Chris Dodson, who wanted to see it one more time. And then following that presentation, I'll be live with Jay O'Toole to reveal, you all get to see it first, our most recent game industry economic impact report for Georgia. All right, enjoy Robin's presentation. Talk to Wes in chat.
Hi, my name is Robin Coman. I'm the lead designer and chief storyteller of Storytonic, a game company that focuses on narrative experiences to transform the mind and touch the heart. And today I'm going to be talking a little bit about intergenerational game design. So, topics that we're going to cover today include what intergenerational game design is, who the audiences are for this particular type of product, considerations that we should be keeping in mind, which will delve a bit into some developmental psychology so that we can understand audiences of different generations a little bit more deeply. We're also going to look at how to design for both competition and collaboration, and I'll end with some recommendations. We have 30 minutes, so it's going to be a wild ride, but I'll be available to answer questions the day of the event. So I hope to talk to some of you then about any questions that you might have. So, what is intergenerational game design? Just real quickly, I'll say at a high level, it's really about creating content that is accessible and engaging to audiences of different generations. When you look at it a little more closely, you can kind of divide this into two big sections. When you look at the research, intergenerational game design often focuses on bringing older adults, typically people over the age of 55, but in addition, usually past the age of retirement, to actually be a part of the process of the design and early pre-production of a game to help developers who in our industry are still typically between the ages of 28 and 35 to understand the motivations, the expectations, and the changes that happen with aging from the point of view of folks who have actually gone through some of those changes. The way we're going to look at this today, and I think the other side of intergenerational game design is how we as designers can create content that is appropriate for people that are a part of multiple generations to play together. Specifically, I'm hoping that we as designers will make more of an effort to create games that are appropriate for parents to play with their kids, but also for grandparents to play with their grandkids or their own children. And so there are, again, just some considerations I think it's helpful to keep in mind to make content that's actually going to be engaging and enjoyable for each of the different generations that might be involved in play. So then you might ask yourself why, right? You might be perfectly comfortable creating games that are for one audience of people and not necessarily be too worried about bringing audiences of different generations together. I'll look at some different types of reasons. I think some of them are a little bit more on the data-driven side, and some of them are a little bit more on the emotional side. And hopefully all of that will interest you, or at least one or the other. So I'll start, I guess, really with the selfish side. Generation X is the generation that grew up with video games, right? They experienced arcade era, early consoles, all the way through the current generation of consoles, gaming on the PC, as well as now gaming on mobile devices. And so about 5 years ago, as a younger member of Generation X, I realized that the oldest members of my generation were turning 50. And now this year, the oldest members of my generation are turning 55. So they are technically older adults. And I realized that the game industry, again, made up typically of folks in the range of 28 to 35. A lot of data shows that less than 5% of the creators, the designers in our industry are over the age of 50. That those folks aren't necessarily prepared to design content for older adults. Another big factor, and again, on the data side, for those of you who are motivated by that, is money. The AARP has done some great research. They released two big reports on gaming preferences in 2016 and 2019. In 2016, they found a significant number of older adults playing games, and they were spending about $500 million a year on game products. Just 3 years later, in 2019, running that survey again, they found larger numbers of folks playing games, not surprising since Generation X was beginning to age into their demographic range, which starts at 50. And the amount of money spent jumped to $3.5 billion, which is an astonishing increase and obviously shows that there is plenty of money to be made targeting older adults. And in this case, with intergenerational game design, creating games that older adults can play with their younger friends, with their children or their grandchildren. Another big thing for me is I think accessibility is important. It's an area of passion for me as a game designer. And so anything that we can do as developers to create content that allows people with a variety of aptitudes to be successful playing a game is valuable. We all deserve to have the pleasure of play, and we can make design choices that make that more likely. Another thing I think is really important to keep in mind is sort of the issues that are presenting themselves to people over the age of 55. And when you think about sort of typical complaints this audience might have, you might think about things like aches and pains or having, access to disposable income. But one of the most commonly reported issues is loneliness. It's actually considered an epidemic among older adults. And so by creating games that are appropriate for intergenerational play, we can help to ease that. I think, regardless of whether isolation and loneliness is something you've really thought about before 2020, all of us to a certain extent have experienced it this year. And so when you think about how impactful experiences have been that have brought people together, like Animal Crossing, for an example, I think it hopefully lends some weight to the idea that a pervasive and epidemic loneliness among the elderly, among older adults, I should say, should be addressed. And so we can be a part of doing that. So let's talk about these audiences. I just want to get you thinking about the age ranges that we'll be talking about today so you can keep that in context as we move forward. So we have really 5 main audiences we're going to discuss, though we could certainly technically add a 6th with what's called the silent generation, which are people over the age of 75. But based upon the data that we have available from the ESA Essentials, from the AARP, we're going to focus on these 5. And so right now, people who are considered baby boomers, who are the likely parents of members of Generation X, as well as older millennials, are between the ages of 56 to 74. Generation X, which I've mentioned I'm a part of, parents of younger millennials and members of Generation Z, maybe even old parents of Generation Alpha, are between the ages of 40 to 55. Millennials, who again are not kids anymore, are likely to be parents of members of Generation Alpha, are now between the ages of 24 and 39. Generation Z falls between the ages of 8 to 23, and then Generation Alpha from 1 to 7. I will say this about Generation Alpha. There are developmental changes that happen with aging that we're going to touch on in just a moment that can make parts of this audience more challenging to design for. And if you've ever been around kids under the age of 3, that's probably not surprising. But keep these age ranges in mind as we move on. So when we talk about considerations, what we're really going to look at is a little bit of developmental psych. We're going to look at how people change physiologically, cognitively, in motor control, in areas of sensation and perception that we should keep in mind as we're trying to create content, either for a particular audience within these generations, or again, in content where we're trying to bring members of these generations together. So, big things to keep in mind. On the cognitive side, as I mentioned, when we look at members of Generation Alpha, there's a critical age range, which happens right between 5.5 and 6, where kids begin to more firmly develop a true sense of cause and effect. And so I think for us who are looking at creating intergenerational games where, again, parents and kids or grandparents and kids are playing together, it's probably going to be a little easier to design what we consider as more traditional play experiences, which have at their root, obviously, players' ability to learn how to be successful in the virtual worlds we create if they have that sense of cause and effect. And so that 6 to 7 age range is going to be a fruitful place for us. And if you think, for the ESRB rating E for everyone, right, we might talk about 7 and up anyway. But looking at those kids, their ability to problem solve becomes more highly developed. You also see a stronger sense of social context so that they're not just kind of thinking about themselves in relationship to the things that are going on around them in the world, but taking more, I guess, care to notice the emotional states and reactions of other people and to understand their context in relationship to those people. And so when you look at bringing people together to play, whether it's locally or it's through some networked play, I think that's an important cognitive advancement to keep in mind. So other things that we might look at, something like vision. For folks who are physiologically typical, vision, again, from early childhood onward, barring things like color blindness or illness or injury, should allow them for a pretty large central and peripheral field of view that will allow them to make good use of the visuals that we're creating games, including things like elements of a heads-up display. One of the things that happens, though, as we age is that field of view begins to change. And so by the time we are getting into that age range that's technically older adult, again, 55 and up, so we might be looking at our older Gen Xers and our baby boomers, we begin to see shrinkage both in central vision as well as in peripheral vision. And so when you think about that related to play, user interface design obviously is something that we might need to address to make sure that older players aren't missing vital information that they need in order to be able to be successful. Looking at things like font size and contrast are also really helpful for folks that have some kind of visual decline, again, whether that's related to age or some other condition. Another thing that's really interesting are the physiological changes that happen in our degree of reflex response, accuracy, and strength and flexibility in relationship to motor control. And so you think about, holding a controller and having a complicated kind of choreography of button prompts, of joystick movement, of bumpers and triggers that are required to be successful in a play experience. Think about a mobile device that might require us to either manipulate virtual joysticks and buttons or to tap and swipe in particular contexts in a way that requires speed and accuracy. As we age, there's declines that we see that actually begin as early as our late 20s to early 30s in motor control, flexibility, speed, and stamina. And so basically what happens as we age is that those deficiencies become more pronounced. And so, by the time somebody is maybe in that baby boomer range, particularly in your mid 60s to early 70s, it's quite noticeable that your reflex response isn't going to be as fast typically as someone who's younger, that you're not going to have the same kind of accuracy. And imagine the challenge of hitting the right button or controlling a mouse or tapping the right element on a screen when suddenly you're physiologically less likely to have the levels of accuracy that you may have had 10 or 15 years before. I would say it's worth keeping in mind too that there is some overlap in what 3 to 6 year olds experience in terms of manual dexterity and motor control that parallels what we see in much older adults. And so in designing experiences for younger grandchildren and grandparents, you may find some areas of overlap in terms of the degree of reflex intensiveness you decide to design for, as well as how forgiving you decide to make reflex-based play, if you have anything that's reflex-based or time-driven at all. In addition to the physiological changes, it's worth taking note of the fact that processing speed also shifts for older adults. And so the impact there is interesting because it affects the psychomotor response, so that sort of thought to reflex response, but it also affects basically how quickly we can recognize patterns and adapt to novel situations. And so if we know, for an example, that in creating an intergenerational experience, we're asking an older adult to flex to a new platform or to, flex to a new genre, we may need to find ways to gentle that learning curve a bit, to give them the time that it will take to be introduced to practice and sort of adapt to the needs of that particular game so that they can have an enjoyable experience. I would also say, think about changes that occur in hearing. For older adults, again, without any kind of illness, disease, or injury, for older adults, typically high frequency hearing begins to decline. And so in addition to that high frequency hearing, the degree of ability to distinguish between sounds easily also begins to diminish. And so think about how cluttered your soundscape might be if there's dialogue and sound effects happening, or if you have, again, in a living space, people talking to each other, or in networked play, people talking to each other, and you have music that's playing or sound effects that are happening. It could be very difficult for the older adult player to distinguish between all of that. And so having options where players can toggle off music or sound effects, or having options where players can see closed captioning to be able to see dialogue that's happening, or sliders that allow them to control the volume of dialogue, music, and sound effects can be a very helpful thing. All of these considerations obviously are looking at things from an accessibility standpoint, right? Again, understanding how we change as we age and the typical windows of time within which those changes start to happen and how those might affect play. And again, you know, some of it is, when you stop to think about it, really interestingly challenging to accommodate, right? So when I decide, for an example, that I want to bring parents or grandparents and younger children together, say, you know, 7 to 10-year-olds, well, what platform are we using? Because 7 to 10-year-olds have smaller hands than an adult. And so there may be some configurations of control scheme, if we're playing on a keyboard or we're playing on a console with a traditional controller, that literally they may not be able to flex to, you know, do certain inputs at the same time. And so similarly, when we're looking at older adults who lose some flexibility, maybe dealing with issues of tendon strain or arthritis, are we creating configurations of control scheme that are actually pleasant and playable? But in addition to those considerations, think about motivation. Different players come to games for different reasons. And so understanding what is driving someone to play is a really interesting thing. You know, when we look at younger adults, teens, and older children, often there are discussions of things like challenge and flow. And so, you know, what is considered an appropriate, appealing level of challenge when you consider that from a flow perspective is this, you know, kind of perpetual escalation of difficulty as we improve our performance. And that's considered engaging and desirable. When you're, however, a younger child or an older adult, and perhaps are dealing with issues of endurance, strength, and flexibility, certain things might become uncomfortable or even painful over time physically, and certainly might become frustrating if they're designed at such a rapid fire pace that you're just not able to keep up. And so challenge might mean something different. And when you look at older adults, it's not to say they aren't looking for challenge, but they're looking for challenge that's appropriate to their physiological and mental condition. They're also looking to connect. They're also looking to have, you know, engaging, inspiring roles. And so we'll delve into that a little bit more as we transition into our discussion on designing for competition and designing for collaboration. And so when we look at this idea of designing for competition, I'm really talking about, you know, zero-sum experiences where you're going to bring people together and one person is going to win and everybody else is going to lose. I do think there's a bridge between the two when we think about multiplayer experiences where you might be able to form a team, for an example, and that team might work together cooperatively to defeat another team. And obviously then have that blend of cooperative and competitive play. But let's look at them distinctly in the time window that we have. And so when we're designing for competition, some important things to keep in mind, as I mentioned already, platform, you can reduce barrier to entry, reduce the cognitive strain of those novel situations by choosing a platform that older adults tend to play on already, which currently falls into that range of mobile and PC-based platforms for older adults. But as Gen Xers roll into that age range, you have a generation of people who have grown up with consoles as well. And so in the next, say, 3 to 10 years, you're going to have a lot of older adults who are perfectly comfortable playing with console-based devices as well. In terms of local versus networked play, I think this goes back to the issue of loneliness. If we're looking to create a sense of connection, if we're looking to, alleviate that sense of isolation, obviously bringing people together is great. Now, in certain circumstances, like the ones we're living through this year, that isn't always possible. And so if you are going to engage in networked play, my recommendation would be to have that based on peer-to-peer or player selection-based situations versus just randomly matchmaking different generations of players together into situations with strangers. Why? Well, one, I think, part of what's driving the older adult to want to play with others is connection, is taking on a role that is beneficial and contributory. And so being able to support and play with people they know is important. Even if they're playing competitively, they're looking for a role that's meaningful and positive connection to other players. Another big issue is communication. Older adults and younger children are not as able to or willing to tolerate the sort of breakdowns in behavior and communication that often happen in competitive play. And so allowing them to play with people they select, who they know, will hopefully help to alleviate some of those problems that happen with a more sort of blind matchmaking experience. I've mentioned already, something that's really important, obviously, to keep in mind is that different types of challenge are going to be appropriate for different audiences of people. And so you definitely want to make sure that in creating competitive experiences, your mechanics are flexible enough to let people play to their strengths, ways that players who are more reflexively adept can be successful, as well as ways players who are going to be more strategically adept can be successful. Because if I, as a player, for example, who have great twitch reflexes and maybe some good pattern recognition, I'm continually losing to someone who thinks more strategically than me, I might become frustrated, just as the player who has incredible strategic ability to bring to bear, but maybe doesn't, just by dearth of age, have those twitchy reflexes to bring to bear, and I'm losing all the time because of it, I'm probably going to feel quite disgruntled. And so there's a very interesting challenge here to create play experiences that allow for folks to pull on these different aptitudes and find paths to victory versus a dominant strategy lying with either reflex-driven or strategy-driven play. So that brings us to designing for collaboration. And so again, the idea here is that we have players playing cooperatively. Now they're working together to accomplish the same goals. And so, obviously they're vying against the systems of the game in this case, but allows them to do that with a sense of camaraderie and connection. And so there are some things we still need to keep in mind, right? We're certainly still going to be considering the platform of release for a variety of reasons related to familiarity and feasibility of certain control schemes. We're also still going to be looking at pros and cons in and around local versus networked play, although I do think with cooperative experiences in networked play, we're a little less likely to fall into some of the same traps when it comes to negativity in behavior or communication. That being said, I do think it's worth recognizing the potential issue that is commander syndrome in cooperative experiences, where one person will sort of boss everyone else around and kind of direct all their actions versus letting players have their own individual sense of agency. So I do think it's important, especially when we have adults playing with children, to create those opportunities for agency and authority for the younger player, as well as for the parent or grandparent that they might be playing with. I've mentioned before, part of the big motivation for older adults in engaging in multiplayer play is to basically feel as if they're contributing to the success of the people that they're playing with. And so allowing for those moments of guidance or mentorship, again, without it falling over into the pattern of commander syndrome, is going to be something that's quite appealing to the older adult player, particularly. I think what it really comes down to is that older adults are looking for a way to feel needed, right? They want to connect, and they want the connection to be meaningful. They want affection and friendships, not just surface level interaction. And so by creating opportunities for grandparents to play with their children or to play with their grandchildren, it's a great way to build that sense of camaraderie, of connection and community, of usefulness that hopefully for them will reduce loneliness, but hopefully for younger generations, as they see, the value and the strategic problem solving and the wisdom of older generations, to maybe even have an impact on reduction on ageism, which would be a wonderful thing. So that brings us to some recommendations that I'd like to make for those who would like to continue on this particular avenue in game design. So my first thing is look at research. There is a ton of research out there that is readily available for you to take advantage of. I've mentioned already the ESA Essential series. They release really great data every year. If you look at the report from 2019, you'll be able to get this by generation breakdown of where players are playing, the percentage of players amongst men and women, and the kind of games they're playing. That can be a great way to start understanding different audience demographics and what might bring them together. You also have access, thanks to the AARP, to the gamer motivation surveys that were done in 2016 and in 2019 by Nelson Kakula, that are a wonderful wealth of information about player motivations, habits around platform, and play habits between generations of players. I would also recommend, taking the advice of the research from Luce and Marston and DeShooter, among others, about bringing older players into your design process, working with them to see what it is they're actually looking for from games, from a gameplay experience, from an emotional experience, from an aesthetic experience, from a narrative experience, and allow that to help to inform some of the decisions that you're making. Now, for intergenerational game design specifically, I would say don't stop at bringing in older adults, but bring in the generations you'd like to see them playing with. Bring in those older children, bring in those younger teens, and see again, where the overlap and where the differences are in what those audiences are looking for from a play experience. I think it's also really important, as you do get into development and you're getting to that point where, you're running participants to see what their response is, that you test your product with multiple audiences. You can't just sort of focus on one arbitrary demographic, but you want to make sure that you're bringing in members of each of the audience groups that you're hoping to engage with your particular product. Because again, you need to see how they respond to play. If you can create play scenarios where they're actually playing together, so that you can see the interaction that occurs, I think that can also be tremendously valuable in terms of the insights that it can offer. I would also strongly recommend that you experiment with accessibility features. Don't be afraid to, dig into the games that offer all these interesting, robust options for differences in vision, for differences in hearing, for differences in motor control and manual dexterity. And so many of these, interesting products that have come onto the market in the past few years, particularly, in addition to those accessibility features that are native to the game itself, look at the different adaptive tools that have become available on the market that allow us to experiment with different control schemes that, again, can help to accommodate different levels of physiological ability or different styles of approach physiologically to play. And so, pick a game or games that utilize those tools and tech, and actually experiment with playing via those control schemes to see what it's like and how it might encourage you to adapt certain aspects of your experience, or even, encourage you to make your experience able to be played through some of this adaptive tech that exists. Because again, I think, broadening our audience is not only potentially going to be helpful to us on the profitability side, but also harkens back to, that ability for every person to experience joy through play, I think is a really powerful thing. if I had to say, take away one thing, I would say just get out of your own head. Don't assume that every person who plays a game is looking for the same experience you are, or that they are going to bring the same skills and ability to bear physiologically and cognitively. Talk to lots of different types of people from different demographic backgrounds, whether that's gender or age or ethnicity, whatever the case may be, to see what it is they're looking for and how they experience play, what they think are great about games in their current kind of pattern and path, and how they think games could be better suited to them. So, wrapping things up, I just want to say thank you. Thanks for coming out on a talk on intergenerational game design. I know that it's a subject that has been talked about in research, particularly for a little bit over a decade now, but it's a topic that I hope that we'll see more traction in conferences like this, where we'll see members of the industry talking about how they have or how they plan to design their product to suit the needs of different generations of players. We're well past the days, if they ever existed, where most of our players are 12 to 18-year-old kids. Our audience is varied and diverse, and it's better for our industry. It's certainly better for our players if we recognize these interesting and very different audiences of people that we have that we can create content for, and learn about them. And again, connect to them so that we can better tailor content to their needs, wants, and expectations. So if you'd like to talk about this further, I encourage you to visit my website at robincoman.com. You can also reach out to me at robincoman on Twitter or through LinkedIn. So I hope to hear from you during question and answer. That's going to be ongoing during the airing of this particular talk, but I also hope that you'll reach out to me after so that we can continue having a conversation about this very interesting path in game design that has a ton of potential to bring joy and fun and memorable experiences to audiences of all ages. So thank you again for attending. Have a wonderful rest of Siege.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again, Robin. I'm amazed that you could replicate that presentation exactly, but we appreciate it. And Chris, I hope you appreciated seeing that too. Hope your students came on in and all got to see it. All right, everybody, we're coming down to our last three highlights of Siege. Every year at Siege, we reveal the economic contributions of the Georgia video game industry. Following this, we'll have Nick Lang returning as a keynote. I really like his video game publishing framework. Check it out. And then, of course, the town hall meeting. I'm really happy to have Dr. Jay O'Toole back with us. He wasn't able to join us last year at Siege, but he was a regular before that, and now we have him back. And Jay has again completed this report for us. And this year, in addition to showing you what's up with 2019, he's gone back through the research and put together a really nice look at the changes over the years. I find this to be a wonderful look at where the game industry is now in Georgia and how it's gotten there. Dr. O'Toole, if you take it away.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that introduction, and it is really great to be back at Siege. I know it's all virtual. There are some downsides, obviously, to the pandemic, but for me, this is great to be back. It's great to see everyone, or at least be seen, I guess. This has been a really fun project for me to work on. Moved to Atlanta back in 2013, quickly met Andrew and became involved in the Georgia Game Developers Association while I was at Georgia State University. I'm now at Old Dominion University up in Norfolk and Virginia Beach, and continuing this really important work. It's been a lot of fun, so thanks for having me again today and to be able to continue this work. So let's just talk a little bit high level here. Game industry as a whole continues to grow. It is a very large and important industry worldwide as well as the U.S. It's expected to generate about $159 billion in revenue in 2020. In 2018, the game industry alone generated $43 billion. And this past year, the video game software publishing revenue exceeded $28 billion. Over the last 5 years, in the United States, we've seen about annual growth rates right around 9%. And Georgia has actually been much higher than that, which is exciting that Georgia has been growing faster than the national averages. So let's just talk a little bit more about, again, a high level here. I think this is a really interesting quote. I know we're talking about Fortnite, not a Georgia-based game, but still apropos, I think, is that games have become so ubiquitous around the world, here in the United States, that large entertainment companies are no longer seeing their direct competitors with each other. So in this case, with Netflix streaming services, they are less worried about the competition they have about each other and more worried about the competition they have through substitutes like gaming, which I think is exciting for the game industry, and it just speaks to the power that substitute products like games have for the entertainment industry, as in terms of movies and streaming services, but how impactful it is. It just continues to outperform other entertainment spaces. So a little bit about the report, the methodology. So each year we conduct a census of Georgia-based game companies provided by the Georgia Game Developer Association. I do some vetting on that as well. We look through lots of different sources for primary and secondary data. We conduct electronic surveys that provides most of the data for the reports. We also conduct LinkedIn requests if some of you may have received those as well. Make phone calls and then use some archival data as well. We use standard modeling procedures for economic impact analyses. We use a regional input-output model and RIMS-2 estimates provided by the Bureau of Economic Analysis. This takes into account multipliers based upon direct, indirect, induced effects that are regional specific. So it counts for the re-spending and spending that leaks out of the region. So these are robust estimates provided by the Bureau of Economic Analysis, and we use those for this economic contributions report as well. So let's talk a little bit about the history here. Andrew said that, one of the things I did this past year is look back at those 5 years, actually look back a little bit further too as best I could. And as of 2019, there were 136 Georgia-based companies. And I continue to see a steady increase over the years. It's started to plateau around 2016, but that plateau remember, this is a net gain. So we see new companies come in each year. Unfortunately, we do see some companies exit, but generally a lot of growth, especially since 2005 when those tax credits were first introduced. Over the last 5 years, again, we continue to see revenue growth. 2019, the estimate is $480 million in revenue, continues to surpass national averages in terms of the gain year-over-year gains. It's growing at I believe, 11% clip right now, so over last year. We have about 4,000 full-time employees in the state of Georgia with 440 new hires in 2019. Again, it's pretty stable over the last couple of years. And the average salary without benefits, so when we ask our questions on our survey, we ask without benefits, what is the average salary in 2019? It's approximately $70,000. Once again, this is much, much higher than the median Georgia income. So the industry is not just producing jobs, but it's producing high quality jobs. It's an exciting time to be a part of the industry for sure for those people who are out there looking for jobs. So what's the global impact on the economy? This is where we start to look at some of those multiplier effects. The employment impact is approximately 15,000 full and part-time jobs. So again, this includes the multiplier effect, not just obviously those that work within the industry, but then those that benefit from the industry, the amount of money being generated by the industry, and then the amount of money being spent throughout the economy. Overall statewide impact, we're looking at $925 million, the statewide impact of having the game industry in Georgia. This would be a sum of the direct effects, the spending of the game companies, but the indirect and the induced effects as well. If we're looking for something a little more conservative in nature, the value added would be about $623 million, because this value added only takes into account the compensation and the taxes and the revenue that's generated that way from the state, as well as through the industry's production processes, in this case, making games and selling games. I thought I would take a few moments at the very end to just briefly touch upon what we're looking at for 2020. We typically don't start surveying about 2020 until, we'll probably start in January next year, but it happens all spring and into the summer. We try to collect as many responses as possible. But what we've seen already in 2020 is that games have grown in terms of their sales. This, for those of you who are like me and have children at home, and we're all stuck at home, this may not be that surprising for you that when we're all at home that we want to play more games. I know my kids do for sure. I wish I had more time to play more games. I generally spend my time homeschooling and making sure that they get to do other things besides play games. But it certainly has been a boom for video game sales here in the United States. It just kind of highlights some of the local excitement around the game industry too. Rogue Company, Hi-Rez is doing phenomenal. Kudos to you. I'm excited for Hi-Rez. The Puzzles by Joe will be bringing out the 11th version of Clutter here in about a week. I think that's really exciting. I think it speaks to the vibrancy of the entire community. We have games that appeal to large groups of people, and we also have games that excel in the niches that they perform in. So good luck, Joe, with your 11th Clutter. And then, Maneater just launched on the next-gen consoles, and so Tripwire, continues to do really great. There's so many great companies here in Georgia, and I think that the future looks positive for the state as a whole, and the data seem to suggest that we're going to continue to see further growth in the future. So with all that being said, I think it's been a banner year, and 2009 was a banner year. Let's hope 2020 is a banner year for the game industry as well. I know, Andrew, you're taking a look at questions on the chat. I am available not just now if there are any questions that come through, but also stick around after this talk to field a few questions as well. So,
thank you very much, Jay. Great analysis. We will be sharing the full report. Jay sent it to me. Siege is traditionally where we release that information every year, and we have stuck with that tradition. So we'll be posting the full report to GGDA members, and we'll be sharing this PowerPoint more fully. So we did not specifically ask Dr. O'Toole to look into the impact of the video game tax credit cap on these numbers, but I did want to talk about a couple correlations and get some thoughts there. So for those of you who are involved with the tax credit program, whereas the film industry here has an unlimited ability to generate the tax credit, could be $1 billion in tax credit, the entire video game industry is limited to $12.5 million in credit. Huge difference. But on that $12.5 million credit, you see what's been created. An industry that has over 600 million direct impact and over 900 million complete contribution to the industry. However, our studios have been hitting that cap for the past couple of years. They haven't just been hitting that cap, they've been hitting it on the first day that the credit is available. And this means they're having to split that up. That means nobody is getting the full amount that they would normally be allowed to get. It's generally about 70%. So let's say a company was eligible for $1 million in the credit, they would only be getting about $700,000 now. We all like $700,000, but if a company's been planning on that additional $300,000, that's a lot of extra jobs that we're seeing lost, that the credit's not supporting. And that really has been the big role of the credit in this state, is hiring more people. It's allowed companies like Tripwire, like Hi-Rez to grow more rapidly than they otherwise would have, to take advantage of opportunities, to start building out more games like Rogue Company. Jay, I'm not going to ask you about this specific study because you didn't look into the impact of the cap on the industry, but in business terms, is that an issue when there's a cap on a program like this? Does it have an impact on the growth of the related industry?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly would. As you know, for those of you who don't know, I teach strategy and entrepreneurship at the Strom College of Business in ODU, and did so, taught strategy at Georgia State as well. You know, executives have to constantly pay attention to that general environment, the political environment that is at play, and, you know, make decisions and plan for, you know, those decisions in the future. Something like a cap on the tax credits would certainly be something all of those executives would be interested in understanding, but also then have to, unfortunately, plan that they may not actually receive the full benefits as everything gets capped out. That's going to change decision making on hiring, on where they're sourcing. Even in prior studies, we've looked at contract work and we've looked at freelance work at some of the game companies in Georgia. Those would be decisions you'd have to consider, whether we're going to hire someone full time or maybe we need to look at less full time opportunities for employees. So it's absolutely something that an executive would be interested in understanding, but then also predicting, making, you know, decisions about 2 to 3, 5 years out.
And let's talk about executives elsewhere. So we're very fortunate in that the Georgia game industry is very much homegrown. Very few of the studios.
Yes, absolutely.
Very few of the studios that use the tax credit are headquartered elsewhere. Cartoon Network is now one of those, owned by AT&T, headquartered elsewhere rather than Turner here. Still part of Turner, but Turner's now owned by a bigger company. Ubisoft is the other example, having bought Blue Mammoth. In both cases, these were homegrown studios that end up getting outside investment. But does this sort of a cap limit the state's effectiveness in bringing in studios from other places?
Yeah, I mean, I would, you know, if I were an executive looking to come to Georgia, it would certainly be a question that I would be asking. So what is the political appetite to support the industry? And do we expect that political appetite to grow further in the future, remain stable, or are there questions to whether or not it will continue to be supported? I think on the plus side, there's, you know, Georgia has done a great job over the years encouraging the creative industries as a whole. And, you know, that has helped not only the home growth companies, but it's attracted the attention of others from outside of Georgia to pay more attention to what's going on here. Ultimately, if that support isn't continued, then again, executives just have to question, you know, the stability. It's really uncertainty that drives a lot of decisions when it comes to executives. You'll read about this in the news all the time. You know, investors and those making, you know, key decisions for companies, for firms, uncertainty is almost worse than knowing that it's not going to be supported. So I think that is something that definitely impacts those types of decisions.
All right, and I just got a question through Discord. They're asking about the multiplier. How is it that there are 4,000 people working in the industry, but there are 15,000 related jobs? Can you talk about the multipliers and what they mean?
Yeah, so if you can think about it as like employees within the industry are earning income. And what do they do with their income? Well, some of that income is leaked outside of the region. So they're spending money that doesn't get actually contributed back to the state of Georgia. But a lot of that income that's being generated by employees within the state is actually then being re-spent within the state. So somebody who's working within the industry still has to buy their groceries locally. They may go through entertainment activities locally. Whatever they buy locally then gets re-spent through the economy. And that's where those multiplier effects happen. And that spending, when they have to buy something locally, oftentimes those companies also have to employ people. And that's where you start to see the employment increase beyond, it's not just the 4,000 employees that the industry has generated, but if we look at how many employees are impacted throughout the state, that's where the multiplier effects come in.
All right. I just had another interesting question come in saying that so many of the sales for the game development studios happen outside of Georgia. And I'll add this, really, a lot of them are international. Tripwire, Hi-Rez have great international audiences. Does that play any role on that? Does that make the multipliers different?
It does, and the Bureau of Economic Analysis takes into account the differences between industries. So the multiplier estimates that are used in this model are very different from the multipliers that are used, say, in the construction industry or the restaurant industry. For instance, if we were to do a study of esports, which is something that I think would be a really great opportunity, those estimates that would be used and the multipliers that would be used for esports would be very different from the actual game development because they're two different spaces.
All right, excellent. And a question for me, in the past we've looked at the workforce as part of this study. One thing we've never really tracked is how many people are staying here. I wish we tracked this for a long time. How many people are leaving the state to pursue opportunities in game development and how many are staying here? Is that something we could feasibly track in the future?
It is certainly something we can track. And we've done collective work, Andrew and I, have done some work on the workforce. So back when I was working at Georgia State, we did some work with the Creative Media Industries Institute about the workforce. One of the positive things about the state of Georgia is we do have a high quality infrastructure to educate and train people for this space. That is, I think, one thing that is a highlight of the industry. I mean, there's always things that we can do differently and better, and we identified some of those things in the report of ways those institutes or higher ed could support the industry better. It would be interesting because as Georgia's gained in its notoriety and game companies around here have continued to showcase that talent through their award-winning products. It does provide an opportunity for others outside of the state to poach our employees. So it would be a fun study to see, and hopefully, we've been attracting high quality employees to the state, and hopefully we haven't lost too many. But open question. It would be fun to study for sure.
All right, great stuff, Jay. Really appreciate the entire study, all the information here. If any of you have future questions for Jay, well, actually, he will be in our channel to talk to you, so definitely join him there. And also email us if there are areas you think we should be studying about our industry. And with that, I'm going to transition to another exercise video for everyone. Time to get up and get moving, so you're ready for our 5 p.m. keynote with Nick Lang from Improbable.
I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking neck stretches for esports athletes. All of these will be moderate intensity. Take a few fingers, allow yourself to achieve a nice moderate intensity stretch on the opposite side. With your opposite hand, reach towards the floor. Repeat on the opposite side. Light pressure with a few fingers, reaching towards the floor with that opposite hand. 4 repetitions each direction. Second stretch will be taking your chin down towards your armpit. Same side, a few fingers. This will achieve a stretch on the back of the neck. Repeat on the opposite side, chin towards the armpit, light pressure through the fingers. Hold all of these for 30 seconds. It's a great way to prevent neck pain during esports competitions. This is Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking forearm stretches for esports athletes. The first, arms straight out in front of you. Pull the wrist back towards you to achieve a moderate intensity stretch. Hold for 30 seconds. You will turn the hand over. 30 seconds here, also moderate intensity. You'll bring the elbow to your side. Pull the hand back towards the wrist. 30-second hold at moderate intensity. And the last stretch will be turning the fingers towards the ground. 30-second intensity here. Complete 4 repetitions of all of these, and that's a great stretch for your forearms. I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Oftentimes, esports athletes have pain in the front of their shoulders due to being in a gaming position for prolonged periods that closes our shoulders off. What you can do to combat that, find a door frame, put your elbow at shoulder height, turn away from the door frame until you find a moderate intensity stretch through the front of your pec, hold for 30 seconds, and release. Slide the hand higher up the door frame, turn away from the door frame, achieve a moderate intensity stretch, and release. Complete 4 repetitions at each location, and that will help prevent shoulder pain for esports athletes.
Hey, I'm Lauren Cicinelli, your sports dietitian. For hydration, we really want to make sure we're drinking enough fluids all day long during practice as well as competition. So if you take your body weight and cut it in half, that's about how many ounces you need of fluids each day. This bottle has about 16 ounces in it, so think about how many bottles you need to stay hydrated all day long. We also really want to focus on things like water, milk, and sparkling water, and stay away from things that are really high in caffeine and sugar most of the time. That caffeine can really actually impair our performance, so we don't want to do too much of that. And the added sugar is something that we don't need outside of our sports activity. So focusing on water and milk are perfect choices to stay hydrated. Hey, I'm Lauren Cicinelli, your sports dietitian with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute Sports Medicine. Today we're going to talk a little bit about performance nutrition to make sure that you're fueling your body properly for your sport, even for our esports athletes. So we want to make sure that we have a balance and a variety of food throughout the day. So we want to make sure that we have some carbohydrates, some lean protein, healthy fats, and some fruits and vegetables. So let's talk about each of those things and what they do for us. Carbohydrates are our body's main source of energy and fuel. We want to make sure that we're choosing mostly complex carbohydrates. So things like potatoes, sweet potatoes, rice, and oatmeal are really good sources of complex carbohydrates. This is going to give you that fuel that your body needs. Next up, we have some protein sources. Protein helps to stabilize that energy that we have in our body. So sources of protein are going to be things like meat, fish, chicken, eggs, beans, and lentils. We want to get a variety of these types of proteins as well so that we can make sure that we have really stable energy all day long. Healthy fats can also play an important role in our nutrition, so we want to make sure that we're focusing on things like olive oil, nuts, seeds, and avocados too, to make sure that we're getting a well-balanced meal. Fruits and vegetables also play a key role because these are going to provide us the vitamins and minerals that our body needs, especially for things like eye health. This is going to be really important in just making sure your body has those nutrients to stay fueled all day long. So making sure you're getting a variety of foods and nutrients throughout the day can help make sure that you're performing at your peak. Hi, I'm Lauren Cicinelli, your sports dietitian. Some athletes like to use caffeine to support their performance, and for some people this can have good benefits. If you want to try caffeine, start using it during practice before you get to competition, and start with something like a cup of coffee, green tea, or black tea. This is going to contain about 100 milligrams of caffeine. For some people, caffeine in general or too much caffeine can have detrimental impacts on their performance. So we want to make sure that we're sticking with a small amount of caffeine and we're trying it out during practice first.
Hi, my name is Brian Finn. I'm the lead athletic trainer for Northside Hospital's Orthopedic Institute of Sports Medicine. Today we're going to be talking about esports athletes, in particular, a simple tool that we can use that's a breathing exercise to help reduce stress. Now, oftentimes athletes will get stressed due to a poor performance or maybe a negative outcome due to an action that they had on the field or in the game. So what we want to do is get our athletes to go ahead and forget about that issue. We want them to be able to go ahead and refocus on the next objective at hand. And in order for us to do that, we want them to really focus in on their breathing. So what we want to do is go ahead and facilitate a smooth inhale and a smooth exhale. We're going to do that in through the nose and then out through the mouth. As we're exhaling out through the mouth, we want to actually purse our lips like we're breathing out through a straw. We're going to hold that inhale in for 3 seconds, and then we're actually going to have 3 seconds of expiration of that exhale, and then again 3 seconds on that inhale, and then hold for 3 seconds, and then exhale for 3 seconds. Let's go through a demonstration. So in, excellent. Now repeat that 2 to 3 times, and you have yourself a good way to go ahead and get your athletes to regulate stress, alleviate some tension, and go ahead and reprioritize what they have to do next in order to achieve the next objective. This is Brian Finn with Northside Hospital's Orthopedic Institute of Sports Medicine, wishing you a great day. Stay healthy, stay active. Hi, my name is Brian Finn. I'm the lead athletic trainer for Northside Hospital's Orthopedic Institute of Sports Medicine. And today we're going to be talking about esports and exactly what are the principles that we want to be focusing on in order to improve performance within this platform. So let's take a step back. Overall, there are a few variables from across all athletics that we really want to pay particular attention to. Number one is going to be diet and nutrition. Now, Lauren Cicinelli, our sports dietitian, will come on here in a little bit and she'll give you a deeper dive, but there's a few basic principles that we want to cover. Number one is a good, balanced, colorful plate. We want to make sure we're getting a wide variety of nutrients and resources. We want to look for nutrient-dense foods, such like a sweet potato. Okay. In addition to that, we want to make sure we're addressing good fats and oils in our body and making sure we're getting a good source of protein. In addition to that, we also want to focus on hydration and make sure that as an athlete, we are properly hydrated. In addition to that, we then want to look at what kind of quality of food are we putting in our body. So think about pre-competition and post-competition. What's going to make us fire on all cylinders and what's actually going to be causing us to get bogged down? Those greasy foods, that's a no-go. Look for alternatives when you're going on a road trip or you're traveling for an event. Look for maybe a grilled sandwich as opposed to a fried sandwich. Look for greens, such as a salad option as opposed to maybe French fries. There are a variety of different ways to go ahead and skin this. Kat and Lauren Cicinelli will go ahead and dive into a deeper overview of what those details look like. And the next step that we really want to focus on is actually sleep. So our body goes through a ritual. Every day it wakes up at sunrise and every day it goes to sleep. There's actually an internal clock inside of us that tells us when to wake and when to go to sleep. And when we start to mess with those hours, let's say we're staying up into the wee hours of the morning playing games or competing against our friends, that's going to throw off our recovery cycle. While we're resting, our muscles and tissues and cells are actually regenerating and healing over the course of the evening. Whenever we eat too late or we throw our cycle off by staying up too late, we're really compromising that healing process. And as a result, we might be a little bit slower to react and a little bit diminished in our performance overall. So rule number one, get at least 8 hours of sleep. All right, we want good quality sleep too, so we don't want to be consistently interrupted. As you're sleeping, again, you're hitting different releases such as a melatonin release, or maybe you're getting into a REM sleep. These are very important because this is where we're going to get those healing parameters to take place in order to really make sure that when we wake up the next day, we're able to perform at our best. The next part of this is how we wake up the next day. You want to try to use a soft alarm. You don't want anything really, really abrasive like a loud bang or a crack or a shot. You want to go with something a little bit more soothing, maybe like the sounds of the ocean or maybe a few birds chirping, maybe a slight rain. Something along those lines to work you out of the sleep is much more effective as opposed to that loud, obnoxious noise that tries to get you out of a deep sleep. That's going to cause a cortisol release, and then you're going to be kind of in a fight or flight scenario when you're waking up, and you're going to be more anxious, so you're going to be more rushed. Again, look at different methods to improve the way that you can start your day, and one of those is just going to be the sounds that you wake up to. There's another broader spectrum that we want to be looking at here, and that is going to be the circadian rhythm. And this is where it really makes an apparent point that sleep and that cycle of sleep is very important, because actually as you're waking up and going through your day, there are different parts of your body that are going to be adapting, responding, and maybe firing at a more effective rate. For example, your bowel systems are going to probably want to clear out and move things around in around 7:30 or 8 a.m. Your heart rate and your blood pressure is going to take a bit of a jump around 6:30 a.m. because that's your body telling you to get up and get moving. In addition to that, you're actually going to be more aware after about 10 a.m. or so, and then about 4 hours later, around 2 or so, your reaction time and coordination actually improves. So when we sleep till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all of those opportunities for us to improve play with those physiological parameters are now diminished or lost because we've now thrown off that sleep cycle. Again, take homes, we want to make sure that we're getting quality sleep, uninterrupted sleep for at least 8 hours, and we want that to be consistent throughout the week. Remember, no super loud noises or abrasive wake-ups. Try to keep it smooth and soothing as you start your day. The next part to this is mobility. Mobility helps us fight a lot of chronic diseases such as diabetes. It helps us utilize tissues in an effective manner to help alleviate stress and tension throughout the body that we may accrued as a result of playing for long periods of time. It also helps correct posture deficits that we may be having or feeling as a result of that compromised body position during a game or stint or competition where we're competing in that environment and really holding all that stress. So what we want to look at is, how do we get our body moving that's going to be proactive for you in the sport that you're playing? Well, number one is we want to improve blood flow overall. Blood flow is going to be a direct correlation to you making the right decisions or maybe not making a quick enough decision. We want to make sure that your blood is pumping smooth and effective from your heart to your head and to the rest of your extremities. And the way that we can make sure that our heart is strong is by exercising. Get those valves, get those pumps moving with a little bit of exercise. Something as simple as a bodyweight squat is a good way to go ahead and increase that heart rate a little bit, get some good blood flow, and increase perfusion up to that brain. In addition to that, we also want to increase tissue temperature. These are just basic scenarios that we were going to address as we're getting ready to go ahead and kick off a warm-up. As we begin to go ahead and move our body and get that tissue warm, we're going to want to repeat repetitions anywhere between 10 to 20 times in order to increase that tissue temperature. The reason it's important to increase that tissue temperature is that's going to decrease the likelihood of tension and also cause potential injury for us, such as a strain. We also want to look at posture as we're going through movements. We want to make sure that anatomically we're symmetrical as we're moving through our day, as well as we're at work or as we're competing. What I mean by symmetry is look at your shoulders to your hips. You want to go to have square shoulders and square hips, parallel lines, if you will, and then parallel lines down your side of your body, creating that good rectangle for your torso. As we move, we want to make sure that that spine stays supported. So how do we go ahead and do that? Well, you got to activate your glutes. You can do that actively by just squeezing your glutes, okay? Just squeeze your cheeks. Get that good encouragement. And that will help fire those gluteal muscles in a seated position. You might even feel yourself kind of bump up or raise up. This is great to do that, 10 to 15 times while you're sitting. This will help improve blood flow, get some neurovascular reaction to take place. Overall, we're recruiting muscles that are getting turned off, so it's a positive all around. In addition to just some dynamic warm-ups, such as maybe a quad stretch as we're getting ready to go ahead and get moving to get our hips loose, because we're going to be sitting for a long period of time. We also want to think about maybe some other exercises to address reactions or improve reaction time for that matter. So go ahead and maybe plant some slaps or maybe another target type of stimulation on your platform, whether that's either using a console or a computer, to go ahead and make your hand-eye coordination and reaction time start to sync up. The other thing that we want to talk about in general is going to be about balance and lifestyle. Now, when I talk about balance and lifestyle, I'm referring to, toxic behavior. Toxic behavior are going to be things like abusing alcohol consumption, smoking tobacco products, or vaping for that matter. Anything overall that we're taking too much of can be counterproductive to us as an athlete and can really diminish our ability to perform at a high level. For example, if you have to consistently take smoke breaks, or that will actually add to your anxiety because you have a nicotine withdrawal or a sense that you were looking for it, you might get distracted as opposed to being able to focus on the task at hand or the objective that you're looking to achieve while you're in competition or practice. Another toxic actual thing that we want to look at is screen time overall. As an esports athlete, your eyes are extremely important. So really limiting how much exposure our eyes get throughout the day is going to be imperative to making sure that you're recovering properly. So we really want to look at how much screen time outside of what we're doing in competition, for example, looking at monitors or television while we're competing, is looking at a cell phone or an iPad or a computer for that matter. That's personal use and personal time. We want to make sure we're limiting that, especially before we go to sleep. We want to cut that off about 90 minutes. In addition to that, we also want to make sure that we're not overindulging in things like social media, really adding more levels of anxiety and stress to us that would really be a detriment to our sleep cycle, as well as our mental and cognitive ability to go ahead and perform the next day. So overall, balance is key. Too much of anything can be toxic. Just remember that. So as you're going through your active daily living and you're addressing different stresses throughout your body and throughout your environment, just be sure to do what's right for you. And remember to take a breath and take a moment and evaluate the scenario. Again, this is Brian Finn from Northside Hospital's Orthopedic Institute. Wishing you an active day.
Hey, I'm Lauren Cicinelli, your sports dietitian with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute Sports Medicine. Today we're going to talk a little bit about performance nutrition to make sure that you're fueling your body properly for your sport, even for our esports athletes. So we want to make sure that we have a balance. Hey, I'm Lauren Cicinelli, your sports dietitian. We're going to talk a little bit about pre-competition meals for esports. We want to make sure that we're fueled well and we have enough energy to perform throughout our competition. So what do we want to be including? We want to make sure we have some carbohydrates, some protein, and some fluids as well. So this can be as simple as a peanut butter sandwich with some fruit and vegetables on the side, or if you're on the go and need something quick, we can pick up a grilled chicken sandwich and some salad. We want to try to limit some of the really high-fat foods like pizza or fried foods because these are actually going to decrease your performance. So focusing on some lean protein and carbohydrates is going to give you the energy you need.
All right, everybody. Remember that we have at 5 p.m. Nick Lang, formerly head of Forza with Microsoft, then with Amazon Game Studio, getting their New World MMO out, and now with Improbable. Just jumped over to Improbable as VP of Business Development. He's been publishing a lot of games, and I think his game publishing framework is invaluable to anybody, be they indie or AAA. So stay tuned, and we'll have that in 15 minutes. Now, before we go to him, I'm going to show you a clip of something that's going on later this evening. Our friends over at Skillshot are actually hosting the NACE Championships with $16 million in scholarship. So our Twitch channel is going to raid them when we're done with the Nick keynote. So go ahead and take a look at what they have to offer. One of our sponsors this year was Samsung. So check out the link that we sent around in our newsletter about how you can get more information about new opportunities on their Galaxy store. And let's take a quick look at that Galaxy store, he said, as he looked for where he had stored the video. There we go.
Hello, my name is Diego Luis Serazo, and I'm a Senior Developer Evangelist with the Samsung Developer Program. I invite you to join our Siege session at 7 p.m. on Friday. You'll learn about the Samsung Galaxy Store and how to publish your games with Samsung. You can also set one-on-one meetings with my team using the link that you see in the video. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my Patreon is launched now, so we are doing it. So you can come on there and I hope we'll have different things, drawings, how to draw, I'll do some talking, and hopefully everyone have fun. That's the main thing. Have fun and enjoy. and give me feedback. And we want to make this as fun as possible for all of us, including myself. I'm excited. Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed the Larry Elmore workshop if you had a chance to get into it. He does now have a Patreon. So if you're a big fan of Larry's stuff, that should be a great opportunity. Speaking of opportunities, another of our sponsors this year was Tripwire Interactive. And yeah, they are looking for good people to come work with them. So let's take a look at Tripwire.
When we first started, we'd never sat down and thought, what sort of company should it be? How do we want to work? We just did.
We had, I think, 3 people in the office. That was 2005. And over the years, we've grown. And now I think we have about 75 people. It's like, wow, I can't believe we're here. I have to pinch myself occasionally. So the games that we make currently, they're first-person shooters.
Ranging from the more serious end with the Red Orchestra and Rising Storm series, through to the more blatant fun and silliness in Killing Floor. We've always been a company that takes risks. We do it thoughtfully. Our first one was being one of the first games on Steam.
We really want to leave our mark and make that game that 15 years later, people are still talking about it. We're also, as a publisher, looking to diversify. We want to help people market their games, help them with some funding to get the game across the finish line.
I was a huge Killing Floor 1 player. It's basically the reason that I even applied to Tripwire. I wanted somewhere where I could call the company my home. There's a very different mindset here that you don't find in a lot of gaming companies. If I had to draw a common thread, it would be malleability, which is something extraordinarily welcome.
I really wanted to be a part of the team. I got really fascinated. I looked them up, I researched them. I always feel like I have room to grow here. Over the years, I've worn several hats. I have to do something creative almost every single day. I cosplay everything from minor characters to larger characters. I think it's really fun. It's the ultimate creative outlet.
We have a very collaborative culture.
We're like a family. It feels like, you can come up and talk to anyone and just approach them with an idea or brainstorm something.
We really want people that think outside the box, that are fed up with the backbiting and company politics and crunch and all those things that I think the games industry can do without. It's a place where it's okay to have a life outside work.
We have what we call core hours. Between 10 and 4 is when we need you to be here for meetings and things like that. I come in early so that I can leave early and be with my son and be with my family. The school systems here are amazing. That's really important to us because we want people to feel comfortable bringing their families here.
I have 3 teenage girls at home, which is both exciting and challenging at times. The whole family is very musical. I've taught my oldest daughter how to play guitar. My niece is learning piano. So there's always some music going on in our house.
Atlanta is very much so a melting pot. Everybody thinks that we're gun-toting Southerners, rednecks, and all that. It's not all Scarlett O'Hara either.
Whatever it is you want to do, whatever your political views, your worldview, it's all sitting here.
I haven't met anyone that has, to a radical ideal, staunchly opposed one way or another.
It's a big city, it's a big metro area. There's a ton of stuff that you can do.
You can go probably anywhere around here within a couple blocks and you're going to find a park. Canton Street in historic Roswell is so much fun to walk around and look at the different shops. It was a team effort as far as making the choices of what we wanted to do with the office.
Our main production floor, it's like an X and it all flows towards a spiral staircase in the middle. So people run into people and have encounters and discussions they wouldn't have had before. We wanted to create little pockets of places where people could just chill out.
And the walls, we have some bright colors and a lot of them aren't just straight lines.
Let's have big murals from Killing Floor and Rising Storm and the amazing art that we've created here.
When we make a profit, which we try to every quarter, we'll take 10% of the profit and we will distribute it among the employees.
We wanted the employees to feel hey, I worked on this game and it did really well. I just got a check and now I can, maybe buy a car, put a down payment on a house, or start saving for my kids' college.
Whenever we ship a game and it does well, then we do like to take everybody and their families on a vacation. So last year, you were able to choose between Cancun or Orlando. We had a great time.
It's a great feeling because it's not just, hey, we had a release and back to work.
We pay 100% of vision, dental, your medical for you and your family, and we have great insurance. It's the best that I can find out there. We have 401k, we match dollar for dollar up to 4%, and also our medical benefits start on day one.
You should come to Atlanta, come to Georgia, come to Tripwire, see the great company culture that we have, see the amazing area that we have to live here. Come make a great game with us in a place where you can afford a house.
If you're a new developer, fresh out of school, budding QA, we're not going to expect you to know everything. The tools are here to learn and to grow. All we want from you is to use them.
Make sure that your portfolio reflects your work and your passion to be here.
It's not just about your skill set, it's about personality and making sure that we all mix well together. If you're great at what you do, then we want you.
I mean, it's important to us that people have, understand that this is a place of work and not a place to piss about. Clearly, messing about and playing with guns and cosplay and any of that stupid behaviour really isn't the sort of thing we want to see.
Thank you for your interest in the Georgia Game Developers Association's Patreon campaign. The Georgia Game Developers Association is a nonprofit that focuses on educating both game developers and fans on what is involved in making great games. For years we have put on live events to do just that, attracting some of the greatest thinkers in game development to share their secrets. Recently, we began our live streaming channel on Mixer to expand our ability to reach those developers and gamers far beyond our state. We have seen some initial success, but we are also hearing a lot of requests for more. More workshops, more in-depth interviews, more first looks at indie games, more giveaways, and more great streams. Your support will allow us to do just that. Even at starting levels, we both recognize your support and seek your input on what to stream. At higher levels, you can actually help shape our content, gaining priority access to our speakers, the chance to share announcements, and, at the highest level, running ads and promotions for all our viewers to see. So join now to get the inside scoop on game development and to help shape one of the best game dev channels on the net.
All right, everybody. It's come to the crowning moment of Siege 2020, your virtual Siege. We brought Nick Lang back, our first 3-time returning keynote. We got Aaron chasing with a 2-time. So, yeah, he's our 3-peat. And really happy to have this look from Nick. We've been talking with Nick a lot about the whole production side of things, how to actually produce games that launch and launch well. And we've been talking about that whole publishing checklist. I really love the idea for this one, getting things right the first time. I'll let him tell you more about it. I just want to remind everyone that you can post your questions in chat. Nick will be in Discord afterward for a little bit to answer questions by voice. And we will have our town hall in Discord at 6. So after this presentation, everybody jump in the Discord voice channel, and we'll have a great finale. But Nick, it is great to have you back here, and it took us 3 times so we could get it right the first time. Take it away.
All right. Thank you very much, Andrew. It's really nice to be back. I appreciate being invited. And also, I want to kind of give props to you for the hustle that you've been able to kind of make this thing happen, even during these trying times. I hope everybody's keeping safe and keeping healthy, and still making games. So let's talk about it. Sunday's a fun day to kind of talk about some real tactical, boring checklist stuff. So hopefully I can keep everybody entertained for about 20 minutes here. So, are we ready to publish a game? I'm sure you have a great idea, an interesting visual aesthetic along with a catchy theme song. If you've heard me talk before, we've talked about my favorite example game is a juggling pirate game. And I was shocked to actually find an image of a juggling pirate online. It gets harder. It's so amazing. I'm so excited to talk to people about it. But actually, all the other stuff that goes into the game is difficult. Like all that other, what we call unsexy work that needs to happen. The secondary and tertiary stuff it takes to make this full piece of software and a great customer experience. All that stuff that people, when you meet people at parties and they don't realize that all that stuff is in there, that's the kind of stuff I want to talk about. So let's just go ahead and get started. When we talk about, are you ready to be in business? Are you ready to do something? They always say, like, do you have a lawyer? That's not the right slide, sorry. Do you have a lawyer? This is what everybody thinks about when we think about the other stuff it takes. And yes, they're important, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But I want to kind of go into some of the details and all those little things. So I thought maybe we'd spend a little bit of time here brainstorming. We'll come up with some ideas. We all know that art is needed in games. Design, programming, this is making sense, right? Legal, talked a little bit about that. Marketing. There's a lot that goes into marketing. It's not sales, it's not PR, it's unique and it's different. There's, of course, QA, testing. It's great if you have somebody to test for you, but sometimes you have to be your own tester. Finance. Most games, there's a component of money that goes into this. It's great to make entertainment. It's also great to make a little bit of money while you're entertaining people. Community teams, a very huge and fast-growing part of a good franchise and a good game requires a community presence. Customer service. This is something that many people overlook, and I'll talk a little bit more later. What about network operations? More and more games are multiplayer games, online games. We need to reach out and touch servers. Well, that has sort of a pile of work that comes with it as well. Public relations. There's a little bit of marketing and a little bit of messaging and a little bit of community team. How do we do this right? IT, human resources, live operations. Games are almost never done when they ship. They just get started. Business operations. How do we make sure that we've got everything in place? Human resources, data analysis. It starts to get a little bit overwhelming. Also, these are just top levels, right? They all subdivide into deeper areas. Like we could talk about art and how it breaks down. We can talk about technology, how it breaks down. We could talk about design and how complicated design is now. When I started, you were just a game designer and you did all these things. Now, it wouldn't be uncommon for me to have 8 different types of designers on a game team. We know these pretty well. I think if we talked a little bit, just kind of wandered around like we were all still together, pre-COVID, we all just kind of hanging out. These are the things that would come up, and I think everybody would have really good answers for them. So what I want to do is keep diving into those other areas. So we talked a little bit about legal, making smart decisions, marketing, understanding who's going to buy these things, how to reach them, QA. If you're noticing a trend here, I just keep throwing text up on the screen, Finance, we need to track money. Community teams, we need to stay in touch. Customer service, NOC, PR, IT. Have I scared you yet? Have I kind of like inspired anybody to go, oh yeah, there is a little bit more to making a game? I'm going to pretend I'm looking out into the audience and I can see people nodding. That's great. I like like I said, have I scared you yet? I guess that's what a good last day keynote would do, is it would just fill everybody with fear and dread. So where do we start? There's always a Star Trek reference in my talks. So just let's drink this one in. Everybody's one of our favorite episodes. Anyway, where do we start? We had all this stuff that came. What do we do with all this stuff? Well, timelines. How was that for a payoff? Mirror, mirror, universe, timelines. Okay, we've got something to do. It's very complicated. There are a lot of steps that need to be taken. So here we go. First thing we do is we build a timeline. This is very, very traditional. 3 main sections to game development: pre-production, production, final. This is again something that would be pretty straightforward. My secret here is that, believe it or not, in a traditional game development cycle, these end up being about the same length. I would say volume, because you have certain amount of time, certain amount of effort go into each one of these things. If you can keep that in mind, you're already ahead of the curve, because you've set yourself up for a buffer and for understanding these major gates. Now, I like the rule of thirds. I like breaking things into threes. So what I do is I separate these chunks into additional 3 sections. These give you a chance to get your head up and look around as you're in each one of these major phases. So when you're in pre-production, you can go through your concept and you get all your big ideas together. You start merging it together. You have a prototype. Now you kind of know what it takes to build it. Then you go deeper into the design and you start to plan things out. At each one of those moments, each one of those bullet points, you can kind of get your head up, look around, check out the calendar, see how you're doing. Yeah, I think this is a really, really important part of a framework like this. Something that gets overlooked in smaller independent groups, I've noticed, is let's start laying over some real-world dates, these moments in times that you want to take advantage of. We know GDC is a busy time. Less work will get done. We'll be trying to make deals, trying to get hired. So we're gonna block out a little bit of time for that. That star could be where the announcement is. E3 maybe, back when we used to have E3. Hopefully we'll have it again. And then also alpha tests. We're gonna need key art. We're gonna need messaging, trailers, certainly for the announcements. This starts to sketch out that project. This is some pretty basic project management, but a lot of us get really excited about developing features, and so we forget about this part. It's some of the normal sort of the nuts and bolts of project management. It's not always super exciting. I should stop maybe if maybe you don't know who I am. That's cool. You shouldn't, except for Andrew's wonderful announcement, and maybe if you were here at the other ones. I have a little bit of background in some large-scale games, and that's where I've built some of these skills. When I started at EA Sports 15 years ago, one of the things that I was part of was to create and generate this thing that we call the Game Development Framework. It was a framework of checklists and deliverables and expectations. It was critical at EA Sports because EA Sports games always ship on time. There are licensing implications. There are marketing implications. Huge, mechanisms of the entire company are based on the timely delivery of some of those games. So it's very, very important to have that framework in place. When I went to Microsoft, worked at Turn 10, those big 3 chunks were there. That pre-production, production, and final were there. And what I did was this kind of snuck in the idea of sort of breaking those up into smaller sections. The teams that I worked with benefited from being able to stop at the moment in time and see where they were and where they were going. But then I moved on to Amazon to work with their game development studios, and they were having trouble delivering on time. And so I took some of this knowledge, worked with a couple of very smart people there, and put together what I used to refer to as a checklist of good ideas. I say that really important because I don't want anybody to think this is a list of demands or a hard and fast rule. It's a series of good ideas We talk about what's needed to make a successful launch. These are the things that I know of that will need to be addressed along the way. If we can address them in a timely manner, giving ourselves time to contemplate the impact of them and also make the right decisions, we'll all do better. So again, don't take it as a hard and fast rule. Take this like I intend this to be an overwhelming amount of insight that fills you with dread. I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this making games a scary thing lately. I don't expect you to pick up everything that I talk about here. I imagine that you'll sort of discard some of this, but maybe one day you'll say, "Hey, I remember that came up," and then you'll email Andrew and ask him for the link, and then you'll get the link, and then you'll get to you'll look up some of the stuff in the slide, and then you'll add it to your own plan later. This is going to be pretty dense, so the process of going through these next few slides was going to go like this. These will be fairly dense. There'll be a big list, and I'll highlight some of the things I think are really important, some things that easily get overlooked or maybe get misunderstood, but I'm not going to go over all of them. So if you have a minute, I'll leave some of the stuff up on the screen while I talk and I tell terrible jokes, maybe make at least one more Star Trek reference. And what you could do is you could write down some of these topics and carry it with you to the Discord chat later. I'll stick around as long as it takes to answer all the questions. I'm happy to talk about this stuff more and more. Okay, so let's get started. At the very beginning of that process was the concept phase. This is where you start to flesh out the ideas and flesh out the concepts. You know, like this wonderful picture that I found out is real. Of course, it comes from Australia, so that's amazing. Chariot racing without horses, with motorcycles instead of horses. Well, we start saying, well, what is it going to look like? How is it going to work? Who's going to want it? These kind of things that get started in that concept phase. We're not necessarily building technology, building software, but these are the types of things that show up. This is the last time I'll talk about it for sure, but I really wanted to kind of highlight the fact that you're going to need a lawyer, and don't underutilize this legal counsel. I've found that, you know, we talk about contracts and we talk about maybe some trademarks or licensing or, you know, that kind of stuff. That's all good, and I think that's pretty straightforward. But I think that in my experience, people in this role have been a great second brain, an objective viewpoint to the work that you're doing. And the best ones that I've worked with are inquisitive. They have a little bit of knowledge about the game industry, but they're asking the right questions to help you get a big picture in mind. You can't engage early enough, and I'm going to emphasize that we should be kind of working with them throughout the entire process. You can get really bogged down with work while you're developing a game, and if you surprise yourself with work that's required from a legal front, it can throw off your whole schedule. So get them involved early, make it part of the process, go all the way through. The other thing is focus tests. A lot of people early on forget about the importance of focus tests. You are inherently an audience of one. We need to engage other people with the idea of this game, and you don't need working software for that. You can get started with your artwork. You can get started with descriptions. You can make a mock-up of your Steam page and get people to give you insights on that. I think this is best when it's not your friends, but certainly people that you know and in your network is a good place to get started. Also, comparables. This is the point where you can start teasing apart the type of game that you're making and comparing it to other games that are already out on the market or games that you know about. Let's be honest, you're probably making a game that's very much like someone else. So how well did it do? Try to understand why. There are a lot of resources, SuperData, App Annie, Forbes. Plenty of people get plenty of information just from strong Google foo. This is really valuable information. Assuming you know how much you have budgeted to make this game, you'll have a sense of how well you have to do to make that money back based on what your other competition has done. You'll also have a good sense of how busy that competitive market is. A good example of this is when I was at EA, I always wanted to bring back the Mutant League sports. Does anybody remember like Mutant League football, Mutant League hockey? I wanted to bring those things back. And I had a lot of access to things like this comparable testing. And it was interesting, even though myself and even some of my friends really wanted this series to come back, when we reached out to the broader market, again, a marketing kind of job, it was hard to drum up enough interest to justify the cost of making a modern EA Sports game. So, in a sense, frustrating as it was probably the right business decision to kind of step away from that. These kind of things can be known early so that you're not necessarily losing time working on something that not everybody will appreciate this early before software. So then we get into pre-production. This is where you make the machine. This is where you make sure that the machine can run before you really start cranking out the work, cranking out the features. This is the most, in my mind, the most important phase, to be the first phase as well. This is where the best games are made. This is where the best choices are made. By the way, I feel very strongly that this is also where the mistakes of crunch and overwork are made. There is plenty of quotes that go along with being prepared. There's also the idea that the more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in combat. This is where that comes true. So make sure that your production ability is squared away as you go into this thing. And when it comes to things like overwork, we talk about balanced capacity plan and work order. So balanced capacity means that the effort that is desired, the estimated work it's going to take to finish the features, the art, the design, the code, and the time that you've allowed, the time that you can afford, the resources that you have is equal. And that includes buffer and time off and things like that. This requires a lot of work. You need to figure in the rates of work of you and your team. You need to figure out target launch dates and the dependencies. Some of that engineering work, some of that technology is not ready to go. This is actually, I think, where game making gets professional. It doesn't need to be perfect. You can come up with this plan, you do the best that you can, and then you move. What it does is it gives you an order of magnitude to judge the progress that you're making. It will alter as you go. All plans do. You know, remember what I said about getting your head up and looking around. The levers that you can use to get yourself squared away, to bring scope back into your resources and your time, they depend on the restrictions and the priorities that you make in pre-production. So all those razors that you're going to make decisions on are done here. Make sure that it's squared away at this time. The other thing that gets overlooked, I think, quite frequently with smaller independent game teams is build tools. I think if you're one developer working, it's fine. You compile on your machine, you make it work. It's all good. You get two people working together, especially if they're not in the same room, like most of us are not. Most of us are separated now. It's okay. You get sort of Dropbox. You start Dropboxing at each other, and you probably have different schedules, so you're not kind of stomping on each other very much. Once you get three people, especially if one of them is an artist, it basically turns into pure chaos. Take the time in pre-production to put together a check-in policy, and also validate these build systems. Do it early on so that they can keep up with the pipeline changes. And new contributors, you're going to bring in new people, some people will come and go, different things will happen. Get it working right away, making builds, testing builds, ingesting pipelines, and also your own policy for, can I check this in? Who needs to code review it? This is the time. Get it squared away now, because once you start moving into production, things should move fast. Production is a pretty big word. A lot of this is broken up. You have those moments to look around. There's some people call it like a vertical slice. Some people call it first playable. I think about the meta loop being validated. It doesn't need to be balanced, but you should be able to, like, if there's any economy transaction, if there's a reflex gameplay, animation tree, all that stuff needs to be validated throughout this process. And at the end, we should finish with what we would call feature complete, meaning all features expected to be in the game, from the save load system to the economy, should be complete. All requirements met. This is also a really good time to talk about CS. This is customer service. This is the guy that's going to fix it. This is the person that will be contacted when things go wrong. No game is perfect. No game launches perfect or bug free, and hardly any user is perfect either. Mistakes and issues will pop up, and when they do, just even logins or downloads, just weird stuff happens. You don't want to be the tough luck developer. You don't want to be the, sorry, I've got 100,000 other people to deal with. You need to put some time and some thought into how you're going to help these people that have problems, whether they're self-inflicted or your own sort of mistakes. And then who's going to do that and how they reach out. Things like run books, things like make right programs. Who's answering the phone and who's talking to these people when they have problems. And honestly, these players, they can become very valuable. They can become a valuable asset, even if they don't play much after that, because they'll remember their experience with you. And one of the things that sort of overarches interesting gameplay, great animation, and beautiful environments is that customer experience is the experience. And that starts even before your splash screen. The other thing I find that is kind of easily sort of brushed aside is the network operations center command. Depends on who wrote the acronym. All those players that are trying to get into your game, we know how important they are for the reasons that we just discussed. But what happens to the ones that are playing and they get kicked out? So if your game has to ping a server, production is where you need to make sure that server is always there. When you're in production, it's probably just one machine sitting in a closet somewhere. But once you go full scale, you've got computer hardware and metal that can go wrong. Who builds these alarms that says, "Oh, the server's down"? Who answers the alarms? What do we do when those alarms get fired off? And also, what are the escalation plans? This feels early, but if you're doing this sort of continuous development correctly, it'll be something that you can kind of get into the habit of, and you'll realize where the weak spots are, and also what kind of team you need to operate this sort of service as well. Just the last thing for production is marketing. Sometimes people think marketing is sales. It's not sales. It's not public relations. It is understanding the market, understanding the audience, and then building and executing these plans to reach the audience, reach this group that we understand. This does take strategy. So who are you targeting? How will you reach them? What else is going on at the time? What other sort of messages can we leverage? During production, while things are coming together, this is a great time to start thinking about that type of strategy and understanding have more and more understanding over the type of audience that you're heading out to. We're still thinking about focus tests. We started it in concept, but it should have become reflex by now. We're doing it on a regular basis. And what we need to do is start being more targeted and more intentional, setting our expectations for what our audience will think once they play our game, if we know who they are and what they're looking for. Finally, change requests and technical versions. Many games have died death of 1,000 cuts. It's usually feature creep. This is the moment in production, especially by the end of production, when you need to have your tech versions locked. We're not upgrading the engine. We've solidified our networking protocols, and also this is how we're going to take on changes. Change request plans are huge. If you keep cramming stuff in at the end, if anybody's worked on any program or any bit of software, they know how this thing can just bury you. The idea that this picture is great. The idea that somebody says, we need something that carries a drink, something that carries a beverage. Well, something that it doesn't need is a temperature sensor. But apparently, I wonder if it works. Who knows? The thing is at the end, churn is bad. We've worked a ton. We've already started to make some very difficult decisions on resources versus the features that we want. We're just getting to the end. That end is usually at the point where we're past feature complete, and now we need to lock down that code and lock down that content. These are, again, fairly straightforward things. Code complete can be a little bit scary word to programmers, to be honest, but all this means is that the intended code has been written. The requirements have been met. The bug fixing will require code, so technically we'll be writing more code. But everything that we expected has been done. Somewhere around this moment is also when that change request has been they've all been entered and planned and squared away. So we're trying to dial down all that churn. Generally, this, in almost every case that I'm aware of, it requires the content to be done beforehand as well. because code is there's going to be perf budgets, there are going to be optimizations. That requires full-size content to be able to be tested correctly and land within those targets. So at that point, that's what's there. Here we have a mock turtleneck, leading us into the mock reviews. Now, even though the game might not be bug-free, it should be feature complete, and most of the logic and functionality is squared away. This is the perfect time to get your game out in front of people that you don't know. Again, these from mock reviews. I like the idea of using journalists, past journalists, budding journalists. This should be official. I feel like informality can kill some of the candor that you might be looking for. But a mock review, it's not a public test. It's not a play test or an alpha test. This is an objective review, a report on the game and the quality. If we've been following up with our marketing plans, we know our audience. We've been looking into all those things. We should be dialing it into what's needed and who should be playing it. So at this point, it's nice to get feedback because we're not too far away from being able to make a little bit of course corrections, a little bit of balance changes. Can't make massive changes. We can't start adding sniper rifles to a racing game that didn't have them in the first place, as cool as that sounds. But if it's done early enough and we've already kind of seen the trend, this is a good time to get that feedback. Because we will be fixing bugs. And one of the things that is a difficult subject is the balanced defect plan. Some people are like, let's just go all in. We're going to fix all the bugs. Doesn't matter where they are. We'll just fix them. This is also where we get a lot of crunch time stories from. So I always try to coach my teams into creating a balanced plan. Remember that balance means the amount of effort is equal to the amount of resources that we have, whether it's time or whatever. At this point, if we are finding more bugs than our rate to fix, well, then we're not going to get to the end of it. So we need to start making some very difficult decisions, tough decisions. Sometimes that means just straight triage. These are not important. This is the policy. This is the quality bar by which we will punt or postpone or won't fix these bugs. Sometimes it's a lot more drastic where, listen, this particular mode, this particular feature, this particular level is creating too many issues. We need to remove it entirely. I've seen create a character modes go away. I've seen entire racing levels go away on a Game Boy Advance game. I've seen some pretty difficult, like, we need to take a break after we made this decision kind of things happen. But it's for the benefit of the product as a whole. And frankly, nowadays you can patch it later. You can add a whole new content later, which is cool. It could be part of your content plan. The other side of it is that unless you've openly promised anything, you're not setting false expectations. It is to the benefit of the product at large. Right. Oh, finally, for code complete and content complete, and I probably should have put this in early on because when we talk about designs, we need to talk about compliance. I've been surprised often, even really big studios that I've talked to, they've said things like, well, man, by the time we get to the end of this game, I don't know how long it's going to take for us to pass all of our TCRs or XRs. And I'm just shocked. Wait, you need to design that stuff in early. You need to have testing plans built into it. Platforms go through a lot of effort to assign points of contact and a lot of documentation for the things that they find that are important for compliance testing. And it's ultimately good for the industry because we've got a certain level of quality, things that run, things that save, things that aren't data destructive and stuff like that. Not to mention privacy issues and things like that. Get your testing plan in place. Make sure that it's squared away by the time this thing happens. So then we're at final. This is where you make the game ready for launch. If you've been doing this right, it's just one more release after after many other releases. You've been releasing for internal playtests. Your build program, your build tools work. You've had alpha tests. You've had some sort of early access demo. The last one, this is it. This is the big push. The biggest thing that we can talk about here is also you're going to be making many decisions these days. We don't really ship a game and walk away from it anymore. You're going to be making many decisions, future decisions for this game, for running it in the future, for the next game, based on the data that you're tracking here. So please validate the data sources. Please validate that you're getting that you're getting the data that you want, and that the source is good, and that the reports are working. Because it's really hard to change this stuff in midstream. And the way people play games with a big curve in the front, most of your data will come from the opening weeks of that game. And I've done this too. I've worked on games where we find out that the source is wrong, and all of those hooks, all that telemetry, and all those reports, they're basically in the garbage. And that's frustrating. Like I said, decisions that you make on how to make this game better going forward in the future. Who likes to wear hats, who likes to run around on motorcycles. We can make more of that to make more people happy. That kind of stuff you'll make with this type of feature. Or if you're not planning on updating, you'll understand how people play this game, so you can make your next game even better, assuming it's the same audience. Finally, live ops plan. For many games, this is where it's made or broken. I think we all heard the story about Among Us, that they were getting ready to work on their second one, but then they had to go back and kind of keep working on the first one. That's an interesting, and some people might say, a champagne problem to have. For the amount of people and the rate of consumption. So you don't want to go too far in either direction, but have a plan. Do everything you can to get it right the first time. Many games don't get a second chance. It's unusual for something to come back from a missed opportunity, and nothing feels worse when you make something great that everybody loves and everybody has fun, but you can't quite meet the need the very next time that they're asking. So I know I joked about the dread and the fear that a big list like this could create. I want to emphasize, you don't need to do all of this. Take on as much as you think is right. Be thoughtful and methodical. You'll get through this stuff. A lot of people are so excited that we work in games. I can't believe you work in games. It must be just so much fun. And my answer is always, usually is. Honestly, it usually is. And I've worked in a lot of different areas of the games industry. But it's also really important to know that all jobs have their tedium, and sometimes checklists save us, even though it feels like tedium, saves us from all that, from something worse. And that is about the end. Happy to answer any questions and kind of go into detail.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Great stuff. A little bit like drinking from a fire hose, but a very important, very valuable fire hose. So as you were noting, even before you said you saw people in the audience nodding, there were indeed nods in chat about being afraid. Uh-oh, now we lost your video, Nick. You still with us? There we go. Come back. There we go. The first question, of course.
Can't hear anybody.
You can't hear me? Uh-oh. Let's see what's going on here. You can't hear me, Nick? That's not good. That's not good. Let's go ahead and kill screen share, because I know I'm coming through the audio to everybody else. So
I can hear you, yes.
That was crazy because my stuff is going perfectly through to the stream. Let's get this on. You go ahead and
kill Siege?
Kill Siege.
How's that?
Alright, can you still hear me?
I can.
And
yes.
we can hear you on screen.
And we're here with Nick Lang again, now that audio is fixed and all my cursing went out on the internet. So you two can still hear me. So Shadow Hope Art asked, how would you recommend to small indie teams to market their game? By the way, love your definition of marketing. It is not just how do you get the word out about your product. It is know your market.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
reach them. All right,
Yeah.
so how do you recommend a small team market? Free versions to influencers, YouTube ads, what else?
Yeah. So all that stuff is cool. I go back on what you just said is let's make sure that we agree on the definition of marketing. And how do you understand who your market is when you're brand new and indie? Honestly, this is not a problem that I've had to deal with directly, but if I had to do it right now from my live from Studio Redmond here, I would probably do it through that comparable research that I talked about. What's a game that's like mine, and what do those communities look like? And let's see if we can draw some connections between those communities. And I think there's a lot to be said in the independent world, also in the influencer world of bridging. So if somebody has a nice big audience, go ahead and be part of their community, but at the same time, respectfully sort of invite people over to your community as well. I think that is probably at the small studio level a nice aspect, a nice way to kind of reach out and find out who's your tribe with this game.
And when Nick talks about what does your audience look like, it is not a physical description as much as what do they do? What other things do they buy? What do they look like when they're playing? What sort of things do they enjoy?
Yes.
I think even an indie can do that customer profile. And think of it as your community profile. You are building a community. Who are the people you want in your community, and how do you get them? Yeah,
that's a good point. It doesn't matter what their physical descriptions are so much versus what their behaviors are, what their interests are, and it's about connection, especially at that sort of indie game kind of perspective.
Yes, a theme that's come up repeatedly is that good games are about a good community. So we had a lot of different slides, a lot of different very impactful ones. I love the various stages you broke it up into. And one thing I would like to talk about that Nick didn't gloss over but ran through is the idea that when you launch your game, you should have been doing a lot of mini launches up until that minute. You've been providing internal builds, etc., which are giving you practice for that big launch. And while you don't expect to be 100% perfect there, you are striving to do it, and to do it in a way like when you actually launch the game. Can you, Nick, from your vantage point, can you talk about some of those internal launches? What goes into when you do provide the big launch, for instance, to QA, where you're almost there, you know they're going to find stuff, but you've caught everything you know about.
Yeah. It's funny because I think about the transition, like this philosophy has changed. I remember so clearly working at Hypnotics in New Jersey and doing a project. Like I was doing some artwork and I had checked it in, which basically meant copied it into a hard drive somewhere, and then it was made into a game, right? Compiled, and I was also going to test it that day because it was my turn to be the tester. And I had to go to the programmer's desk after he left for the day, so 6, 7 o'clock at night, because his machine was the only machine that actually ran the game. We had no other version, no other way to run games. And what we found out, of course, that he had a very particular setup and it wouldn't run on any other game. So that's the kind of stuff we try to avoid. And from the very, very earliest moments of building this software, we're turning it on, we're running it, we're validating it across as many games as we can. Hopefully, all the artists and designers and engineers are testing their own work, which is all really good. There is I would say, kind of like the key build, which is the one that we would send out to QA. And nowadays, it's done twice a day, at least. And those are fully validated with fully validated build systems, and then they get sort of automatically checked. Is it the right size on disk? Does it compile? Does it do anything weird when it boots up? And that's all done through software. And then we'll have there's somebody that sits in this build engineer group where they kind of run it through a couple of like golden path scenarios just to make sure that it's doing save loads and stuff like that. then it goes off. And that process, the more complex the game, the longer and more resource intensive work that becomes. But it still gets, at this point, like I said, that final release is just one of 1,000. And if you've been doing it right, you've been doing them multiple times a day in general. And releasing at scale, maybe not quite that often, but certainly far more frequently than once or twice. And then it just keeps going. It never stops.
Shadow Hope Art, who is no longer shaking in fear, asks, regarding releasing and finishing everything, what about in regards to early access or public beta versions of games? How much of your content do you want done before revealing the game to the public? Does that change depending on if you do a Kickstarter first? How much would you want for that?
Yeah. This is a question that everybody has to answer themselves based on the community that they have. If a big AAA studio released something that was released something even in an early access or an alpha kind of test that was gray box and not animated, that would be bad. But if you've got a really friendly group community and it's kind of tight knit, you could probably reach out with something that's not so well polished. I would recommend not doing anything that I would call this public, but I wouldn't do anything public that doesn't have a complete loop. So by design, you can kind of get in and out of everything that is critical to the game, probably even at that meta layer, because regardless of how forgiving that group is, if it kind of dead ends or doesn't allow sort of a repeatable process, it's probably going to leave a bad taste in people's mouth. And you want people to experience that whole flow. You're not just testing for functionality; you're testing for entertainment when you release for that stuff.
All right. I'll take one more question for chat before we move everyone into Discord. Where are some of the most likely places things can go wrong in this process? What one thing comes to mind where things can break down?
It's kind of like the best laid plans. The thing that's most likely to go wrong is somebody will make a plan and then not adhere to it. So it's a little bit of a cop-out, but all business problems are people problems. And I myself, being a people, have caused my own problems to myself plenty of times. Like, I know I said that, but I'm not going to do it. So there is a level of discipline that's required to this as a creative endeavor. So because you can think the ideal situation, get it all squared away, and then if you don't sort of activate or execute on that plan, you kind of fall apart. Tactically, though, the thing that always falls down is everybody, humans, overestimate their ability. And so you're always like, I'm going to fix all those bugs. And then there's 1,000 bugs, and I'll fix them all this week. And then you find out that you fix one bug a day. That is almost always the thing that happens. That's why those breaks are so important. You can come up and you can say, yeah, my plan was fix 1,000 bugs this week. Turns out it's going to be 5. I'm going to need a new plan. So you can readjust.
And it is important to try and know what bugs you are shipping with. All right.
Yes.
We are at 5:45. Great presentation. Nick will be in our general Discord. Everyone jump to the general Discord because that's where we'll do the town hall shortly. It's been a great siege so far. Wonderful stuff. And thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you.